Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing this fine afternoon? Doomcorth says good evening. Quick says Derpy's late. I think you're just early. Sog says balanced as all things should be. Yes, yes. Time says the notifications are on time now. I guess he's just giving everyone time to get here. Obviously. Gotta let the room fill up before you start the presentation, you know. Wizrat says smoothie. Okay. You having a smoothie right now? What kind? I'll give it a bit more time for people to file into the room. What's everyone been doing lately? It's been about a month and a half since I last streamed. I've been seeing a lot more streams from the other developers, which is very nice. Wizrad and Sog and Warp. The Warp is not the most talkative, but okay. It does. Strawberry, orange juice, mango. Yum. That's quite the mix of flavors there. Sog says, my chair is broken. Can I get a different one? You'll have to file with HR. They're the ones who handle all company purchases. Yeah, Hector says, no, we don't have a budget. Well, there's HR telling you now. Sog says, hi, reveal? Revol? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. We have risen to 9 viewers. I think that's enough to start. Would have been nice to go double digits here, but you know, I don't know. Some people might be busy. I know Iraqi said he couldn't get here and he'll watch the replay. So we'll count him as the 10th, which means we're ready to start. So, a quick summary of what's going to be happening here. Kind of already talked about it in the announcement for this stream, but the general gist of it is that this game has been in development since 2015, I think it is. Maybe 2014, but basically 2015. Ever since 2018, MZ stepped back and passed things over to Houch, Pointed, and myself. And things have kind of just grown from there at a pretty impressive rate. And last year, in March, MZ turned his account into an organization, giving us a bit more control over what happens with the repository. All that while, we've just been kind of growing things out as things happen. There's never been too much planning around the processes by which we develop or the organization of our roles. There's never been really any agreements on the terms that we use. And especially since we gained the repository, or not the repository, the organization rather, there's been a few arguments. I feel like in the past year and a half it's definitely been more heated than it has been in the years prior, although there's always been a bit of something going on, you know. If you've been around long enough, you know how it is. It kind of goes in cycles. But I'm looking to, if not break, then at least dampen some of these cycles that we have to deal with that start to drag things down. Looking to streamline things so that we can stop worrying so much about the potential of doing things or how we do things and start just worrying about doing the things themselves. I'll explain more in the introduction. I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, because what I've done to try and alleviate this is I've written a document. I've called it my manifesto, the development manifesto. And in it, I cover a lot of topics. It is 23 pages long. Let's probably just switch over to the browser view here. Here we go. Go to word count. 23 pages long, over 1,100 words, or 11,000 words, rather, over 65,000 characters, about 54,000 if you're excluding spaces, but it's a lot. This took me about a month to write and finish. I will admit, I actually just finished the last of it just before the stream started. More personal. No, that's fine. I don't know why Google's telling me, oh, this doesn't look right. You don't look right. But yeah, it's a lot to go through. So, what I want to do is read through this, kind of give any additional commentary on any of the sections I've talked about as I see fit, and ask you guys what you guys think about my ideas that I'm putting forth here. Probably going to be here a while. I threw this into wordcounter.net, and it said that the expected reading time is about an hour just to read it. And knowing how we go off the rails and get into tangents so often, this is very likely going to be a 3-4 hour stream. Let's just go for 4.5. How about that? It'll be the length 4.5. We'll make it as long as Pyrocynical's Cruelty Squad video from the other day. So your choices are watch Cruelty Squad essay or watch Endless Sky essay. But yeah, I don't want to stall any longer, so let's just jump into it. Endless Sky Development Manifesto. Historically speaking, we have not had any concrete documents or agreements stating how development of the game should be handled. Development processes have always been rather amorphous or ambiguous, passed on by word of mouth, trusting that those who explain the processes will do so accurately, and those who are learning them will understand them well. This was not much of an issue early on in the game's history, when the game was less popular and the number of core members and contributors was smaller, as disagreements within the more tight-knit group that we had were easier to handle. But as the number of core members and contributors has increased and our hierarchy has grown larger, particularly due to the creation of the organization on GitHub, infighting has become a consistent issue as a result of this ambiguity. The time has come that we must concretely define our terms, roles, goals, and ideals. The following document will serve as the manifesto and foundation for all future development of Endless Sky. This document may be expanded upon in the future or have companion documents created after it, which provide a more focused view on particular topics of concern, or future manifestos may be written to cover separate or new issues not discussed here. Although this document was written from input with various community members, it is primarily written from my perspective, SirDerpyHorse and Amazonite, as the lead developer of the game. I'll be covering the 4 topics described above, terms, roles, goals, and ideals, but I will also be expanding upon various issues and concerns that I have seen, had, and heard in my time as the lead developer with respect to development and community of Endless Sky. I'm not expecting this document to be a magic bullet that solves all of our issues. In fact, I expect this document itself to be a point of contention with some community members and contributors. I do not expect 100% agreement on the ideas that I lay out in this document, and there will always be problems in infighting the development of the game, for that is simply human nature. What I do expect, though, is that this document will address or alleviate a majority of the infighting that has occurred in the past year or so, by taking that which has been ambiguous and making it concrete. I will use an example from Hector to illustrate what I mean by this. This is a quote from him. The problem is that there are 2 camps for what the dev team is expected to do. Some see them as people responsible for maintaining an overall vision of the game, or what the game is supposed to be, how everything is supposed to fit together, and whose responsibility it is to be the main gatekeepers deciding what does and does not get in. This would then be the group responsible for the overall theme and plans. Others see them as being responsible for enforcing the overall will of the community, merging things that the community wants to see merged when the community wants to see it merged, and whose responsibility is ensuring that anything with enough approvals gets merged promptly. When these two camps meet, it tends not to be pretty. As someone believes the job of a developer is to enforce the will of the community, seeing them actively go against the will is pretty upsetting and leads to cries of tyrants and dictators. On the flip side, if you see someone you feel is responsible for maintaining this overall vision of the game compromise that vision to go with the will of the community, you're not going to be very happy. So it comes down to setting and managing expectations, clearly defining what the role is supposed to be doing and what it is responsible for, and ensuring that it is communicated. The above comments from Hector are but one example of the ambiguity of the developer role. Insofar as the developer role is not concretely defined, arguments over what it means to be a developer will continue. And so on and so forth for many other terms and roles. An important point to lay out before I go on. I'm not looking to make friends with this document. What I'm looking for is the creation of an effective and concrete foundation by which we can continue the development of this game. Although I am not actively seeking to drive people away, a compromise is not always possible when creating a concrete foundation. Taking the above example of the two ideas of what a developer is, one or the other side must be chosen, which will undoubtedly cause the other side to dislike the decision made. There will be many decisions like that throughout this document, and if there are some who so strongly disagree with the points laid out here that they decide to no longer contribute to the game, then so be it. My hope, though, is that a vast majority of those involved in the development of this game will understand that a decision has been made and respect that decision regardless of whether they thought it was the best one. So that's the introduction. What do people think so far? Hector says, can you put the document into reading mode and maybe zoom in a bit? I find the text hard to read. Reading mode. How do I do that? You would think it'd be in view. Right? I can full screen it. View mode reading. Viewing? And I can certainly zoom in. Is that better? And then view, zoom, fit. Oh, I just got it zoomed in. Now it feels claustrophobic. We'll roll with it. Perfect, he says. Okay. Time to make a sandwich, says Song. I'm calling perfect. Ravasuna says, it's for Endless Sky? Yes, it is. This is a development-related stream. Not going to be a lot of gameplay here. Those are for Warp streams. Alright, well, if I'm not seeing any comments immediately, I'll just start moving on to the next section. I don't want to stall us for too long, because like I said, we have a lot to get through. Definitions of terms. There are various terms that are often tossed around and used in or as arguments, but I've noted that no one really defines what these terms mean. By having commonly used but undefined terms, we're only exacerbating or even causing the tensions that exist between individuals or groups. As an example, I've seen the term community-driven game come up as a premise in arguments. This is a community-driven game, therefore, ... But when we don't have an agreement upon the definition of what it means for Endless Sky to be a community-driven game, if it even is that, then no argument can effectively be made by using that term as a premise. Well, not all of these terms are used argumentatively as described above. These are terms that myself or others have noted as being commonly used and in need of shared definitions or descriptions for what they mean. Now, I'll note I only have 4 here. When I asked around, I didn't get too many. But I think these top 3 were the main ones, or the main points of contention that needed defined. This one was one that Warp mentioned to me and was like, hey, some people seem to toss around the term rework too heavily, or expect too much out of a supposed rework. So that's thrown on there. But as mentioned at the beginning, this document can expand, or we can have documents that come after it that expand more upon certain topics. So if we need, I actually know that we have a glossary on GitHub. Glossary of terms. It's very outdated. We kind of made it a long time ago. I wonder if I can just Control F it. Community glossary, right here. So this is a definition of some terms, but it's very gameplay focused. It's not very development and community focused. So maybe we can expand upon this. Or maybe have a separate page or separate section of this page that takes these terms and puts them here. And then if ever we find there's another term that we feel we need an agreed upon definition of, we can put that here as well. This is the start. So, number 1, the community. The community is a broad term that encompasses everyone who contributes or otherwise engages with the game in an active manner, be they on the Discord server or not. While the NSky Discord server is the primary gathering place for community members, it is not the sole place to be. We should not require, only encourage, that those who engage with the game be present on the main server. Open source. NSky is an open source game. This simply means that the game's source code is available for all to see. The fact that the game is open source creates no moral obligation for how we should or should not handle the development of the game, outside of keeping the game open source. Community-driven game. NSky being a community-driven game means that the community drives the development of the game through the creation of and discussion on pull requests and issues. This does not mean that any and every issue in pull request should be accepted. This creates no moral obligation that most, some, or any contribution from an individual be accepted. This does not preclude developers from rejecting pull requests or concepts on the grounds of those ideas not fitting the direction of the game. This does not imply that the development of the game is decided via a consensus of the active community members. See on Being Community-Driven section for more details. I will very much go more in depth into this later. And then reworks, overhauls, revamps, and rebalances. A number of pull requests over the years have fashioned themselves as reworks, but the size of what it means for a pull request to be a rework has not been defined. A rework pull request should be one which changes a significant, but not majority, portion of a section of the game. As an example, the Free Worlds rework pull requests will be leaving a majority of the Free Worlds campaign intact, with relatively minor, but not insignificant, changes being made. The term overhaul, revamp, or rebalance should be used in cases where a majority of a section of the game is being changed, such as the cases of the various engine rebalances. So this is just a link to Pull Request 7000, but these two are, I think one of them is mine, one of them is still open. This is one I did a while ago where I was really changing up a lot of engine stats. This one is Quantum Sharks / Doomcorths. More recent, still in discussion, but definitely more fitting of the term rebalance than just rework, because we're going through all the engines and saying, okay, let's tweak things. Are there any terms that anyone feels could be added here? I will note that when I asked around for terms that people thought needed defined, some of them I didn't define here because I felt like I needed more room than just a short one-sentence definition. So, for example, I believe Hector said that the term feedback needs defined. I have a whole section on reviews and approvals and on review relationships. So 2 sections, actually, on reviews. You can see the chapters on the sidebar here. And I'll define what it means to provide good feedback and to create a good review there. Because it's a bit more than just a one sentence. This is what it means to provide good feedback or a review. Doom says I don't have any comments on this section. Okay. Rexy says, interested to see how it turns out. Love the last update. Thank you. Doom says, okay, now this section I agree is likely to be important. It's impossible to have an argument about something that you can't decide what the thing you're arguing about is. Absolutely. Hector says, would definitely make sense to have a player glossary and a developer glossary. I like that. Sog says, I believe it might be more beneficial to have them separate somehow, gameplay and development. So kind of what Hector just said, a separate player and development glossary. I like it. Doom says, well, I'm on TV. Yeah. Doom also says, I'd appreciate clarification on the meaning of realism, specifically distinguishing it from plausibility or internal consistency. I believe that's a topic for a separate document. Now, I mentioned on Discord in a private room, I gave a bit of a sneak peek of the various chapters that I have here, or sections, and I gave a quick 1 or 2 sentence summary of each of them. In the second to last section on the path forward, I'm going to describe a bunch of different things I think we still need to do. Like I said in the introduction, I don't think that this document itself is a magic bullet. I see very much more coming out of this. Something I told Hector yesterday is I see this as something of a first step. It's a big first step, but it's still only a first step. So that being said, the idea of what realism means, and when we say we're not trying to be a realistic game, or somebody says, I want this because of realism, and we say our goal is not realism, that is something that Sog and I have actually talked about, among the other developers as well, and in having basically a FAQ of sorts that has a list of topics that have come up in the past of people saying, hey, I want this in the game, I want that in the game, but which we have rejected for one reason or another. So realism, for example, we would describe how we're not looking for realism, so to speak. This is why, and in that explanation, we would also probably describe plausibility, internal consistency, stuff like that. Hector says, realism versus internal consistency does sound useful to define. Sog says, perhaps we could have a term for game design, or rather a more concrete definition. Again, I think that gets a bit more into separate documents like that FAQ or other stuff that we might do. I think there are some terms that you can't really, like I just said with some terms I described further on, you can't really easily define them in like a 1 or 2 sentence definition. You kind of more have to paint a picture of what we mean by game design, or what we mean by realism versus internal consistency. And as soon as you start painting a picture, instead of giving a short definition, I think that merits its own like section or document or what have you. So maybe these terms still get added to the glossary, but instead of adding a short definition, we would link to the relevant document that covers that topic. Sog says, yeah, I suppose that's what I meant more. Our picture of game design, etc. Yeah. It's also the case, too, that with some of the things that we'll make, it'll likely be the case that we won't specifically use the term game design, perhaps, but what we want the game design to be will be self-evident to a certain extent. All right. Next section. Definition of roles. The following section intends to define the various roles that we have in our organizational structure. Each role has a name, the permission level of that role on GitHub, if applicable, the responsibilities that role has, and any additional notes about that role and its functions that I'd like to describe. For GitHub permissions of each role, I advise you reading through the GitHub documentation on the capabilities of each role. Note, though, that just because a role is capable of doing something does not mean that role should do that thing. For example, those with the triage role are capable of adding milestones to issues in pull requests, but we have decided that the control of milestones should be reserved for developers. I'll give you a quick glance of this article that I'm talking about. So if you just look up GitHub permissions for each role, you'll be led to this documentation. The overall article is repository roles for an organization. And it has this list here, the 5 different roles that you can give someone, or permission levels that you can give somebody on GitHub, and the various things that they are able to do. Notably, admins can do absolutely everything. That does not mean that whoever is in an admin role should do everything. Something else I noticed is that, funnily enough, let me see if I can find them. There was one, maybe 2 things that triage could do that write permissions couldn't. Right here, deleting discussions. So if you are a reviewer with a triage permission, you can delete documents. Write permissions can't. Write permissions are what our developers have, which I just thought was kind of funny. But it's just the one, but I was like, really? But maintain permissions can change that. And I believe I'm the only one with maintain at the moment. I think you'd have to ask Zitchaz for the specifics on that, because I know he gave me maintain some months back. That was when we did the stream where I added all of the tags to the repository, because maintain lets you do that. And also, I forgot to mention, this document I will link to publicly after I'm finished reading through this. So if at any point you want to click on one of these links and check out what the page is about, if you aren't able to pull it up at the moment, then you'll be able to do that. Let me actually just stop. Not saying anything. Okay. Number 1, the role of admin. The GitHub permission level is called admin. An admin is someone with the highest permission level on GitHub. The purpose of an admin should be to help facilitate the development of the game by taking actions on GitHub that cannot be done by lower permission levels. Responsibilities and duties. Control creation and assignment of roles and teams within the GitHub organization and for each repository. Modify the visibility of projects when necessary. Modify repository settings when necessary to facilitate development, and otherwise do that which cannot be done by anyone else when necessary. Note: GitHub does not provide us with granular permissions. We have only a linear permission hierarchy that goes read, triage, write, maintain, admin. But on an organizational level, having permissions higher up the GitHub hierarchy should not be seen as an invitation to fulfill the roles that have lower GitHub permissions. For example, although a GitHub admin has higher permissions than a developer, an admin should not be seen as or fulfill the role of a developer, unless that admin is also organizationally considered to be a developer. Given the power that the permissions of an admin carry, most admin actions should only be taken after a discussion between the admins and other individuals relevant to the action being taken. See the Path Forward section for more details. An admin should have 2-factor authentication enabled on their GitHub account. I do know that GitHub is starting to make it mandatory that if you have any level of control over a repository that you have 2-factor authentication activated. But when I checked, they said that they were rolling that out over the course of this year. So I do not know if everyone who has raised permission levels in our repository already has 2-factor authentication enabled. So I'm just kind of laying it out here like, hey, if you have a position of power within the GitHub hierarchy, you should absolutely be putting extra steps in your account to make sure that it's never used for malicious intent by someone other than yourself. And of course, yourself, you should never try to maliciously use your own roles and powers, but it's kind of doesn't need to be said, you know. Developer. GitHub permissions, write or maintain. Developers, also known as collaborators on GitHub at times, are the primary driving force behind the game's development. They are the ones with the permissions to merge pull requests into the game and thus ultimately decide what should and should not be merged. Responsibilities and duties. Reviewing pull requests, merging pull requests after they have reached an acceptable level of quality, decide which pull requests to reject, assign labels to issues and pull requests, assign milestones to issues and pull requests, and close resolved issues and rejected pull requests. There's probably more that we can add to this, but I just wanted to get a very quick gist of what it is that we're expecting developers to do. So earlier I mentioned, actually I think I'll get into that further later. Earlier I mentioned the 2 definitions of developer that Hector had. I will say up front. The definition I subscribe to is the one where the developers are the ones shaping things. They're not solely there to fulfill the will of whoever's speaking the loudest at the time. Or whatever group of people might be speaking. That is not to say that community sentiment is not taken into account, but again, I'll describe more later. Some notes on developers. Some developers have a specific focus for which areas of the game that they develop for. For example, some developers may focus on code, while others focus on content, or even just specific areas of content, such as art. But a focus should under no circumstances be seen as a limit on the power of a developer. Just because a developer may focus on code changes does not mean that their feedback should be ignored when it comes to questions of content on the basis of their focus not being in content, and vice versa. When reviewing a pull request, developers should use their own discretion to determine which of their review comments are absolutely necessary to be addressed in order for the pull request to be merged. Not every comment that a developer may have may block the merging of a pull request. See on review relationships and on reviews and approval sections for more details. By this I mean, I might have, for example, like 50 comments on a pull request. But sometimes my comments are just, I think this would be better if you tweaked it like this. But that is not necessarily me saying this must absolutely be done in order for this to be merged. If you, as a contributor, disagree with a developer's feedback, you should say why, and the developer should be able to say, okay, this is not too big of an issue. Your justification is good enough. We can leave it. And again, I'll go into more detail into that later, just kind of giving sneak peeks of what I plan on discussing, so people don't think I'm missing things. Because like it's 23 pages. Maybe just hold your questions till the end. Or if you do have a question and I read it, I'll be like, okay, we'll talk about that later. Hold that thought. The approval of a pull request from a developer should only ever mean that the developer believes that the pull request is in a good state, and should be merged into the game in the state that it is in. Developers should not approve pull requests for any other reasons. For example, approving to appease someone even if the developer themselves does not believe that the pull request should be merged. See those two sections for more details. And again, developers should have two-factor authentication enabled on their GitHub accounts. I have it enabled on mine. I'll say that. Up next, reviewers. Their GitHub permissions are either triage or read permissions. Reviewers are the helpers of the developers. They're people who have shown themselves to have a good sense of how pull requests should be changed to make them better fit with the game, be that in correcting grammar and spelling, adjusting data syntax, or speaking on the game's themes, story, and lore. The responsibilities and duties of a reviewer are to review pull requests and to assign labels to issues and pull requests. But only if you have the triage permission. Because if you have read, you can't even do that. Notes. Similar to developers, reviewers may have a specific focus for which areas of the game that they review for, but as with developers, the focus of a review should not be seen as pigeonholing them into only being able to review areas within that focus. Just as not all review comments from developers are binding, the same is true for reviewers. Just because a reviewer suggests a change does not mean that a contributor must accept that change, or that a developer must see to it that that change is made before merging the pull request. As with developers, an approval of a pull request from a reviewer should mean that the reviewer believes that the pull request is in a good state and should be merged into the game in the state that it is in. An approval from a reviewer should not only be an approval in that reviewer's area of focus. For example, if a grammar and spelling reviewer reviews a mission pull request and sees that it has no issues, that alone should not be enough grounds to approve the pull request. See on review relationships and on reviews and approvals sections for more detail. So this is just the idea of, sure, you might focus on spelling and grammar, but if you read it and say, oh yeah, this spelling and grammar is good, but then it has other issues that you are aware of, you should not approve that pull request. I noticed a double space. All right. And again, if you have triage permissions, you should have two-factor authentication in your account. And also, this last section, although reviewer is a title that we give to people, one need not be a reviewer in order to review pull requests. The title of reviewer is simply an acknowledgement from the existing team that one has shown themselves as capable of providing good, constructive reviews. Any power or weight that a reviewer may have does not flow from their title, but from their merit. So, for example, if we have someone new who shows up, and they happen to be an amazing bug finder of code, and then we give them a reviewer title, we're not saying every review from you is now perfect from here until the end of time. We're saying, we noticed you do good reviews, here's a title to acknowledge that. But any weight that your reviews carry should still come from your ability as a reviewer, not your title as a reviewer. Two more to go. Contributors. Contributors only have read access, and are those who create the majority of the pull requests for the game. This is not a role that is given to an individual, but one that someone steps into in deciding to open a pull request. Responsibilities and duties is really only to address reviews of reviewers and developers on your pull requests. This includes content creators, which is just a more specific term for contributors who open content pull requests. And contributors need not blindly accept every suggestion from a reviewer or even a developer. If a contributor disagrees with a review comment, then they should explain why they disagree, particularly if the change being requested is substantial. But again, I'll go into more depth into that later. And we have our last role here of community manager. Community managers should be the people's people. While developers focus on the development side of the game, community managers should focus on the game's community aspects. With responsibilities and duties, assess community sentiment on the state of development, such as via surveys, or simply just speaking to people. Act as a communication bridge between the wider community and the developers. Expanding upon this, the primary focus of developers is, in developing the game. Now, part of that is done through gathering community sentiment on changes being made, but as I said up here, the focus is on development. But there's a lot to this game outside of just its development. So, community managers are, in a sense, responsible for checking out the community side of things, and then if they notice any issues or problems or what have you, then they can talk to the developers and be like, hey, kind of have a deficit here, or something to that effect. CM should be available for communication from all community members, or at least most, a vast majority. They will suggest granting of roles to community members, so if a CM notices that somebody is good at reviewing, and for whatever reason they haven't been given the reviewer title yet, then they could be like, hey, developers, check out this guy. Is he pretty good? Now, among the developers, we also do the same thing. Relatively recently, I believe SOG pointed someone out and was like, hey, this person could be good as a reviewer. Like, we could give them the title and the permissions on GitHub, and we kind of discussed that. I don't know if we've gone forward with that yet, but we discussed that too, but the idea is the CMs can kind of focus a bit more on that than the developers do. And just generally, CMs should be encouraging positive community interactions and growth. Some notes. A CM is not the same thing as a moderator. A moderator's role is in enforcement, while a CM's role is in analysis and interactions. So I do see a distinction between what a moderator should be doing and what a CM should be doing. I will note there's been talk about potentially removing the role, as some have said that they don't feel it is distinct enough from moderators or just what general core members do, so I will ask for thoughts on that. But if the role stays, there's also talk about changing the name of the role to be a bit more fitting for what we intend it to be. I believe the two concepts put out were community leader or community shepherd instead of community manager. But does anyone have any ideas around that? Would either of these two names be preferred if the role were to stay, or did you have a separate name for this role that it could change into? That's the end of this, so I'll leave it there. Hector says, at the very least, they made me enable two-factor. And Tybe says two-factor was mandatory for me a couple months ago. Quick says same here. Solid says yeah. Doom says I don't have any powers that I'm aware of, but was still given mandatory 2FA. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not aware of how many people have been forced into it. I just know that when I looked it up, GitHub said throughout this year they will be making it mandatory. So I wasn't aware, like, maybe it's a rollout system or what. Maybe it's going by size of repository, in which case we probably would have been one of the first people to get it anyway. But still, if you don't have two-factor, you should probably have it. Hector says, I would agree with that definition of developer. Nice. Time says, maybe the unlikely label could use a mention there. I mention that later, at the very end, but I'll get into that. Hector says, a full document of what exactly each label means and when it should be used would probably be a good additional step. Again, I'll get into that later. Hector says, I think there's value in having the role separate from moderator. I think being the person responsible for enforcing rules also makes it difficult to hear genuine sentiment from individuals. I would support renaming it to community leader. I think being a leader is much better than being a manager. Agreed. Anyone else? I believe, don't let me slander you here, but was Doom one of the ones who said he wasn't too sure on the existence of the CM role? With this definition in front of you, do you still think that? Or am I slandering you and you never even thought that to begin with? I just remember there were a few people who were like, I don't see the point in this role, let's get rid of it. Doom says, I don't recall saying that. Okay, yeah. Hector says it was mainly Azure and Darcy, I believe. Okay, maybe Darcy, Doom. You guys are easy to mix up. Sog says, if we do keep it, I agree to it being renamed to leader rather than manager, as those two words mean very different things. If we do make this change, though, / keep it, I think it's important to evaluate the desire of those who have the role in reference to the definition presented. Yes, that is the case. Of the 3 people in the role now, I'm sure that they don't have a full agreement on what it means to be a CM. Hector, what do you think about this definition, though? Do you think I'm missing anything? Because you're the one CM who's here at the moment. Hector says, we definitely do not agree, yeah. But my hope, though, is, at the very least, if a CM were to disagree with this, would they agree to change how they approach the role to fit this? Or if they wouldn't, then we would be like, okay, can we get rid of you at this role? Because if you don't fit the bill of the definition, then you shouldn't be in the role. Hector says, I think your definition is pretty much in tune with what my understanding of the role was when I accepted it. Alright, we're on the same page then. It's good to hear. And something I will... I don't know, should I? I'll just say this now. I wanted to say this eventually. If you read through this as we're reading through this document, if you see a line or hear a line and think of a specific name of a person, get that out of your head. Don't think about specific people, okay? I was trying to describe situations more than I was trying to describe people in writing this. But if you read a line and think about yourself, maybe there does need to be some introspection there. Now, I'm sure there's going to be some people who hear some of these lines and are going to be like, oh, that was me before, but I've changed. It's like, thank you. Thank you for improving. Alright. Something else I'll note before we move forward. The role of faction leader is something that some people said should be defined. I decided not to define that here because I have a lot more comments on faction leaders and whether or not we even keep them, because that was even the discussion as well. Do we even keep the role faction leader? I have a whole section on faction leaders and ownership that's close to the end, so we'll get there. That is a big discussion to be had. Doom says, I checked Discord and I don't seem to have ever mentioned a community manager at any point, so I'm reasonably confident it wasn't me. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. Alright. Goals, ideals, and vision. When it comes to setting our goals and vision for the game, we shouldn't box ourselves into too small of a corner. But we also can't have a vision so broad that it encompasses contradictory concepts. It is also the case that one could get very granular with what the goals are for specific subsections of the game. To that end, this chapter will only describe very basic goals, ideals, and visions for the game as a whole. And in fact, I should probably just change this sentence. I'm only describing one of each, and I'm describing like what our primary goal should be, our primary ideal, our primary vision. And from there, maybe as we see fit, we can get into more detail of other things. Looks like Sog has pinged me. Let me just read this real quick. Yeah, this is true. Alright. Lewis says, yo, been a while. It has. Alright. Something which has been said many times before, and is important to keep in mind, is that everyone who contributes to the game in any manner is here because they want to make the game better. This should be our primary goal. And as such, one should not assume malice in the ideas of others. The primary goal being, we're all here to make the game better. Now, granted, we can have different ideas on how to make the game better. But that kind of gets into this last line of something else I've said before. Don't assume malice. Just because somebody wants to make a change that you think is worse for the game, don't go thinking they're trying to make the game worse. Like, no one's trying to make the game worse. We want to have nice, polite arguments and disagreements about certain things. Okay? Not heated, inflammatory arguments. It is also true, though, that not everyone has the same idea of how to make the game better. Maybe I should just keep reading what I just fucking wrote. Well, in some cases, we may be able to reach compromises. In others, a side must be chosen. But with the understanding that we are all trying to make the game better, even if one's own idea of the game is not accepted, we should each still accept that a decision on the direction of the game was made and move forward with that. From this, we find a primary ideal of working together on the development of the game in an amicable manner. We should be a cohesive unit, not a gathering of individuals, each doing their own thing, while being at the throats of others who are not totally aligned with them. And our primary goal of making the game better, or with our primary goal of making the game better, and our primary ideal of doing so as a cohesive group, our primary vision should be to develop Endless Sky as its own unique experience. That is to say, we should carve our own path in the gaming landscape. While we can look to inspiration in other games, we should not hold ourselves to how other games were developed or how they function, no matter how heavy the inspiration might be. So, in summary, primary goal, make the game better. Primary ideal, to do so as a cohesive group. And primary vision, to make the game its own unique experience. Not trying to copy anything else. At least strictly speaking. Hector says, oh, one thing though. The role of CM did come with triage permissions. For me at least. Jazz/Gray are also reviewers, so they got the permissions from that. I got triage when I was made at CM, and it's been helpful. Okay, thank you. I did not know that. I'm in read mode. I'm just going to move over to the laptop to change it. Funny, it doesn't change live. Alright. But what do people think about this? For the goals, ideals, and visions. Again, just primary. I'm not looking for like 101 things, like, oh, this is all the stuff that we ideally want to have be the case, and our goals and our visions and what have you. This is just very top level, bird's eye view. This is how we want things to happen. Now, throughout this document, I will be returning to these ideas, mainly this middle one, the ideal of developing as a cohesive group. Because as I said in the introduction, the main thing I'm looking to get rid of here is the infighting. The infighting is really not helpful for anyone. All it does is slow things down. It saps people of energy to even work on the game. It just has to be gotten rid of. So, a lot of the stuff I'm doing here, I'm doing in the hopes that we are creating a more cohesive unit. Doom says, I'm not entirely sure I understand the distinction between goals, ideals, and vision. You know, at the end of the day, I might have just been trying to be fancy here. Just take those three ideas, though. Don't even use the term goal, ideal, and vision if you're not sure on the difference. Just the ideas of we're all here to make the game better. We want to do so as a cohesive group, and we want to do so while making the game its own unique experience. Tybe says group and infighting are rather loose terms. By group, I just mean the community. The group of people who actively develop this game. We want to avoid infighting of that group. Where infighting is just... Infighting is the inflammatory situations that have popped up. Maybe the term drama is also applicable here. We want to avoid group drama. So like drama, infighting, similar ideas. Infighting is not just disagreements. People have disagreements all the time. It's when those disagreements get very heated and inflammatory. That's when it becomes infighting. And again, I don't want to point to specifics, because I'm not trying to call anyone out. But if you've been around long enough, you probably can think of a situation. Doom says, okay, so are those three terms just being used as names for references, so you can refer back to these ideas, or these things, rather than carrying additional meaning in themselves? That seems reasonable, but I'd appreciate clarification if that's the case. Types, I can think of too many. When you say you'd appreciate clarification, do you mean within the document itself, or just me clarifying here and now? Because, yes, the terms being used are really just like, hey, let's refer back to this. I mentioned our primary goal. Back when I mentioned the primary goal, or ideal, or vision, or what have you. Remember our primary ideal of ... It's just to distinguish the three ideas. In some sense, they are synonymous with one another. The terms being used, it's just a distinction. That's good? Okay. Alright. Now we get into the meat and potatoes of it. Those four were basically the introduction. All together. And we're at an hour. And we're on the 7th page. The rest of these are me talking about specific situations, or not really specific, but you know what I mean. Things that pop up. things that I've talked about numerous times in the past that I just want to once again reiterate for people. On expectations and patience. Although we've done much over the years to increase the throughput of development, we should still always temper our expectations with the understanding that the development of this game is a hobby project for everyone involved. That is to say, people have lives outside of Endless Sky that can often become busy, giving people little time to spend on development. This also means that all involvement is voluntary. This means that we should not expect hard deadlines or set hard deadlines for others. The only deadlines should be those that we set for ourselves. We should also always be reasonably patient with others. When you ask someone a question, or for them to do something, do not expect an immediate response. Even for those in positions of power in the game's development, such as developers, although there should be an expectation of responsiveness from such people, we should all still allow for a reasonable amount of time before receiving a response, or before a task is completed. What is reasonable depends on who is being asked and what is being asked of them, but the underlying idea of being patient is that one should not badger others or grow angry with others for taking their time. At the same time, each of us should also strive to be as responsive as we can be. The development of the game is a team effort, and oftentimes there are tasks that are contingent on the completion of tasks or answering of questions from others. Suppose, though, that someone is taking a considerable amount of time to respond to a question or to complete a task with no signs of progress being made. The immediate response should not be to force your way forward without the input of the person you're waiting on. Contact whoever it is you're dealing with. Ask them again if they've seen your question, or the task you requested of them, whether they're working on answering your question or finishing the task, and the progress they've made. If you still have not received a response after some time, then speak with others about the situation, or use your own discretion to determine how to best move forward in respecting the person you are waiting on. Barreling forward without concern for someone just because they took more time to get to something that you were willing to wait is a recipe for disaster. Actor says 3.2 hours to go. Yep. But yeah, the general gist of this being, I'm not a fan of this. I asked this person to do something a month ago, and they didn't do it. So I'm just going to barrel forward and do my own thing, without at least first asking, like, hey, what's the progress on this? At least ask, please. It makes it harder to work with when you barrel forward and you start like trying to do your own thing, and then the person you were waiting on shows up and is like, hold on. You didn't even give me time. I was busy, man. Lewis says we need more dev slaves. We do not. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hector says there's very little that needs to happen in this project within a specific time frame. Yes, exactly. I can understand not wanting to wait forever for things to happen. But if someone takes a week longer than you were expecting, that's not forever. We can wait. This game has, like I said earlier, it's been in development since 2015. It's 8 years old. At least on Steam, it's approaching 8 years old. I've been on the ride since 2016. I've been in the driver's seat, in a sense, since 2018. If you really look back, a lot has been done in that time. Yes, some things take a while, but when they do get done, they're pretty great. Musa says, so are you retiring or founding a new Soviet republic? Neither. Something to keep in mind, too, when it comes to patience is, especially from developers, if you ask a developer, hey, can you do this thing for me? We have a lot on our plate already. So, well, we can say, like, yeah, I'll look at it, or I'll try to get into it in this time frame. It's kind of hard to give guarantees. Not only because this is a volunteer, a hobby project, but also because developers already have a lot on their plate. Which perhaps is something we do want to help or try and work on. To have developers be not as busy with stuff. That's part of what the reviewers were for, and have actually helped massively with, is giving people dedicated reviewer roles and saying, like, hey, we recognize you as a reviewer, please do it more. And then people do it more. And then a lot of weight gets lifted off of developers. We don't have to review every little typo, because somebody already did that for us. It does help speed things up. I'm going to need a water refill at this rate. And let me check... Rough. No one on Discord, okay. Alright. On communication. One of the most important aspects of maintaining group cohesion is communication. We cannot expect others to be mind readers or to perfectly understand what we mean at all times. Or, given the sheer volume of conversation that happens in this community, expect others to have seen every message that we have seen. We must also understand that text is a flawed medium for such consistent communication. Much of human communication is through body language and tone of one's voice, not just the words coming out of one's own mouth. But text is just words, lacking much of the context of our demeanor. By this, I mean that misunderstandings and faults in communication are expected. But by understanding the shortcomings of the manner in which we most commonly communicate, we can seek to remedy them. All too often, does it appear that people are letting their negative thoughts and misunderstandings of others build up over time until they reach a boiling point and explode. People need to stop. I think I was supposed to say stop. People need to stop balling up their feelings. Speak with people when you have problems with them. Do it in a voice chat if you must, so that you can hear and understand the tone in their voice. If you feel your concerns with another aren't being remedied by speaking with them, and you feel those concerns are large enough to warrant it, then speak with someone higher up. Approach a senior member of the community, or moderator, or community manager, or developer. What you should avoid doing, though, is making a public scandal of your concerns up with others. Do not insult others on GitHub or in open Discord channels. Do not give backhanded compliments or take underhanded jabs at them. This should especially be the case for those in positions of power, such as developers and admins. We should not be insulting people. Especially. Given the flaws of textual conversations, I'd highly advise people make more common use of voice chats. Even if only one person is on voice, such as during developer streams like this, that is still better than none. I feel that the developer streams that I've done over the years, and the streams that other developers have started doing more often, has greatly improved the communication between developers and other members of the community. And it is something that we should continue to do, and even expand to others, such as through inviting content creators to stream some of their work. It doesn't just need to be dev streams. Sam has done streams. Wolfie's done streams. They don't do them too often, but they do them. And I think that that's helpful. It's helpful to have at least one person speaking. Because when you hear the tone in my voice, like, I know I can be kind of a sarcastic guy when it comes to text. And I feel like sometimes you can read what I say and get a lot harsher intonation in that than what I actually intend. Wizrad says, game development happening almost exclusively over text makes communication and good faith so important in my opinion. Yes, absolutely. Alright, let me pull up the other side here. Need to stop balling up their feelings. Musa says, so stop fighting and hug it out in VC. Yeah. All right, moving on from communication. Now, what I tried to do with these chapters is bundled chapters together that had very similar ideas behind them, or were at least related. So this is kind of extending the concept of communication. On Discord and Splinter groups. Earlier, when defining the community, I noted how we have no requirement around having people on the main Discord server, and I will not be creating such a requirement now. It is important to keep in mind, though, that not having everyone in the same place does stifle communication. Refusing to engage in the primary communication platform of a vast majority of community members does have its consequences. One could argue that at least we all share GitHub as a platform, but GitHub is closer to a forum than a chat room, which is by its very nature a slower-paced medium of communication. While this may have its advantages, it has its disadvantages as well. Protracted conversations on GitHub are prone to turning into large walls of text. One person makes 1 point, so the next person makes 2 points in response, and the first person responds to each of those with another 2 points, and so on. Eventually, points start getting lost in the noise. While the same can certainly occur in a chat room like Discord, it is less likely for this to occur given the more rapid nature of communication. Conversations typically jump from one point to the next, as opposed to branching out. So as long as we have Splinter Discord servers, we should keep this in mind. And if ever the existence of these Splinter groups grows to cause major issues, which we may already be at the point of, then we should have a deeper discussion on how to handle the existence of these groups. This is something that has been a recurring theme of discussion over the past few months. The project rooms, the community project rooms on Discord, were created partially because of this. Because we have these other Discord servers that a good number of people are a part of, that are separate from the main server. And it's not just that these people are separate, it's that they are also pretty influential, in that they contribute a lot of pull requests, a lot of content to the game. I don't want to say, oh, you're not on the main Discord server, okay, we don't care what you contribute. That should never be the case. Because there are plenty of people who contribute to the game who aren't on any Discord server. And we don't have problems with them. But, part of it is also probably the fact that the people who aren't on any Discord server, we just don't know about them. They don't know a lot about us. There's not a lot of room for drama to begin with. But, you get what I mean. Quix's community Discord community server 1. Moose says, yes, the Manifesto chapter on avoiding text walls. Yeah. Hector says, I do think these project rooms are a good addition. Yeah. Type says Steam. I mean, Steam is kind of vestigial. The Steam forums are only used insofar as Steam is a platform that we host the game, and insofar as a lot of us found the game through Steam. But very quickly, these days, people jump to Discord, if it's available. We used to talk a lot more on Steam. The Steam forums used to be a lot more active. We even had a, so this is a bit of lore if you don't know about this. We had a thread that we called like our off-topic thread. Because at this point, Discord was in its infancy. Not a lot of people knew about it. And what was your alternative to Discord? Like, well, I don't know, TeamSpeak? Skype? Like, what the hell? You're not going to make an endless sky Skype. You're not going to make... I mean, you could probably make a TeamSpeak, but TeamSpeak is mainly for speaking, which is vastly different than a forum. Doom asks, wasn't there the old Google groups too? Yeah, that existed, but that was... I never got the feeling that was too big. Yeah, people used it, but... It was nothing too major. Doom says, endless Skype? Come on, that's a missed opportunity. Whatever the case, so we had this off-topic thread on on the forum. And then a Steam moderator came and nuked it. Deleted the thread so that none of us could even reopen it. And I think someone caught a forum ban for a short amount of time. So we were like, what the hell? We can't like have an off-topic room? Like we as a community agreed to have this room. At this time we had Steam forum moderators. Like we had our own forum moderators that were actively engaging in this thread. I think I was the one who made the thread. So the fact that a Steam moderator comes in and knocks it out is like, no off-topic threads on a forum. I'm like, oh, come on, man. So at this point, Unfettered actually told me, like, hey, there's this thing called Discord. You should check it out. Maybe make a Discord server for the game. I make an account, I look into it, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty nice. So that's when we got the Discord server. Because we kind of got slapped off of the Steam forums. Musa says, for me, there are too many places of communication to keep up with. Yeah, there's a lot. So Hector just sent a message to me. This seems relevant to your current point, if you want to discuss it. It's from the community survey, graphing the platforms that respondents say that they are used regularly. So more than 5 years ago, 46.81% said that they use Steam. 1 month ago, 10.71% said they use Steam. So these I'll pull up the graph actually. So those time spans are in reference to how long people said they have been a part of the community. Correct? So if you were in the community 5 years ago, or more than 5 years ago, those people still seem to use the Steam forums. But for people who are much newer, like basically around a year ago, if you're new isn't from the last year, or any younger than that, a lot of people are using Discord rather than Steam. Funnily enough, Reddit is kind of flat. A bit less back in the day, but it's kind of surprising to me. And then, of course, we got a good number of people on GitHub. That dip is weird. But yeah. So point is, Steam forums, they exist, we interact with them, but they're not massively in use. Raika says, just marking my attendance, gonna actually see this all by watching the replay. Cool. Hector says, yes, that is correct. Reddit and GitHub are pretty consistent. Yep. So yeah, you're right. They're consistent, which shows that Discord replaced Steam instead of Discord replacing GitHub and Reddit. So yeah. So I still engage with the forums. I still read a lot of the posts that are posted there. I still respond when I can. But a majority of the interaction is no longer on Steam. Alright. On review relationships. Expanding upon the description and notes on reviewers' reviews and approvals from the definition of roles section, reviews and approvals of pull requests are perhaps the most important aspect of the development of this game. Thorough reviews are how we polish all changes that are made to the game, and approvals are how we decide which pull requests are accepted. Therefore, having a shared understanding of what entails a review, or what a review entails, how reviews should be approached by contributors, or reviewers and developers should approach the creation of their own reviews, and how people should handle approvals is paramount. I have a lot to say about the review process, so I've split what was originally one section into two. This first section will highlight the relationship between contributors, reviewers, and developers when it comes to the review and approval process of pull requests. Starting from the perspective of the contributor who has opened a pull request, you will receive a variety of comments from reviewers, developers, and other contributors to the game. As a contributor, early on and insofar as you are actively engaging with the discussions on your pull request, you are the owner of that content. All changes that occur will occur through you. If a review comment requests a change that you did not like, you may reject it, as review comments are not binding in the sense that they must be made. Be aware, though, that our suite of reviewers have been given that title because the developers generally trust their judgment. And if it is a developer's comment that you are rejecting, be aware that it is ultimately the developers who will merge or close your pull request. I feel like I have these strings of talking very nicely, and I just start tripping myself up. Never been too big of a public speaker, you know. As such, you should comment on the reasons behind why it is that you are rejecting a change, particularly if the change is non-trivial. For example, while it would be fine to reject a slight wording change without comment, if someone is asking you to change the structure of your missions or balance of your ships and outfits in order to better fit the game or improve the content, a rejection of those types of comments should be accompanied by a reason. Moving next to the perspective of a developer, who is the end deciding factor behind whether a pull request gets merged or closed. Although we have reviewers who help in the review process of pull requests, that is not an invitation to be lazy. In the case of larger pull requests, developers should still take care to thoroughly review all changes being made. In the case of smaller pull requests, it is more acceptable to trust the reviewers and approvals of others, or the reviews and approvals of others, but understand that the primary means of reviewers lightening the load on developers is by catching most errors early on. Emphasis on most, not all. Even the developers won't catch all. But the idea there is the reviewers are not intended to replace your review duty. You should still be reviewing things. It's just that the reviewers help, not replace. For example, say a contributor opens a pull request to add a series of missions. There's a lot to consider when it comes to the creation of new missions, such as spelling and grammar of any conversations or dialogues, the syntax and structure of the missions, the balance of any content, or any combat or added items, and other small considerations. But there are also larger considerations and concerns, such as whether the plot and themes of the story are fit for the game, or whether the ideas behind the missions would be better executed in a different way, therefore suggesting a rewrite of the story. Now, there is no clean split between those two groups of concerns, but part of the idea behind the reviewer role is that reviewers allow developers to focus less on the former group and more on the latter group. Developers must still ensure that the concerns of the former group are met, and the reviewers are free to comment on the latter group. So to reword that, you kind of have a gradient of concerns from small to large when it comes to reviewing a pull request. Reviewers are more focused on the small side, while developers are still focused on the large side, but it's not a clean split. Developers should still concern themselves with the small stuff, and reviewers should still be able to concern themselves with the large stuff, but mainly it's developers focusing on large, reviewers focusing on small. Developers also have the capability to directly edit the pull requests of others. The use of this ability should primarily be used in one of three cases. The first case is that the pull request has been orphaned. The contributor has opened the pull request and is no longer active, although we still would like to see the pull request merged. In such cases, developers are free to directly edit the pull request in whichever ways they see fit in order to get it merge ready. The second case is where the contributor asks that a developer make certain changes, which may often happen in the case where a developer offers help for finishing more difficult parts of a pull request. Although keep in mind that anyone is also capable of opening their own pull request to the branch that the contributor's pull request is hosted on. The final case is where the pull request is nearly complete, and the developer decides to directly commit a series of housekeeping changes to push the pull request over the edge, such as through adjusting syntax to better fit the game. Typically, this is done because it would be quicker than waiting for the contributor to make the changes themselves. In cases where the housekeeping changes that a developer makes are more substantial, and the contributor is still active, the developer should wait for approval from the contributor to say that the changes are good. So, for example, in some cases, when I'm reviewing, kind of coming back to this, I'm trying to review the large stuff. But I'm not ignoring the small stuff. I'm still taking note of the small things that need tweaked. But if I notice one small thing that happens over and over and over again and needs fixed throughout an entire pull request, I might comment on it once, but I'll kind of leave it at that. And I'll mainly say like, hey, watch out for this. Please fix it if you see it. But let's say the contributor fixes all of the big stuff, but didn't fix that one small thing that happens throughout. I'll just fix it myself. Because for me to go through the pull request and find every single instance of that small thing being out of place, I might as well just make the change myself. Instead of commenting on every single point, hey, fix this, fix this, fix this, fix this. I'm right there. I can just fix it. So, yeah. This is a big section. It's like halfway done. Whatever occurs with the development of a pull request, it is ultimately the developers who decide whether or not to merge a pull request, and therefore the burden of that merge falls upon them. What I mean by this is that any negative outcomes of the merging of a pull request, be that through the creation of new bugs or through negative sentiment from others, is laid at the feet of the developers. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the developers to ensure that any negative outcomes of the merging of a pull request are resolved or alleviated. If a contributor is still active after the merge of the pull request, then it would be highly appreciated if they were to help in the cleaning up of any issues that stem from their own changes, but at the end of the day, there's nothing stopping a contributor from getting one thing merged and then leaving. Hence why the developers ultimately, or bear the ultimate responsibility for all merges. So in these two paragraphs, I probably could have expanded upon this more, but there's this idea of responsibilities versus powers that you may have heard of elsewhere. The more responsibility someone has, the greater the power they should also have. Because why have great responsibility without... I mean, it's Spider-Man. Fuck it. With great power comes great responsibility, you know? I should have just fucking said that. But I think the reverse is also true. If you have great responsibility, that implies great power. That is why developers are able to directly edit. Not just because their permission level allows them to do that, but also because they're the ones who are going to take the heat if anything goes wrong. Trust me, I know. So I do think it should be the responsibility of the developers to fix these things if any issues happen. Or at least it is the responsibility of the developers to see to it that something is fixed. So I'm not saying if there's a bug, only developers can fix it. But I'm saying that if there's a bug, developers should make sure that it gets fixed. Whether that be through them fixing it, through the contributor who accidentally made the bug fixing it, or through somebody else fixing it. We're also the ones who have to deal with any negative sentiment from merges. Like, if I merge somebody's pull request, generally, if somebody gets mad at that merge, they're not going to complain to the person who made the pull request. They're going to complain to me. So there is this dynamic here that we need to understand that, like, developers are a little higher up in terms of their powers, not just because that's what their permission level allows them to do, but also because they're responsible for a lot more. Or at least responsible for more important things. Alright, 3 more paragraphs to go. And finally, for the reviewers, your primary goal is to, as stated previously, help remove review burden from the developers. In having received the reviewer title, the developers trust that the suggestions you make are positive ones a vast majority of the time, and we rely on you to help us get more pull requests resolved. Note, though, that in being a reviewer, that does not mean that your word becomes gospel. In the past, there have been complaints about developers not following the suggestions or approvals of reviewers. It was never intended to be the case that the approvals of reviewers were to be seen by developers as reason alone to merge a pull request, or that developers could not run counter to the suggestions of reviewers. Perhaps another way to look at it, at the role of reviewer is as an advisor to the developers. I just fucked up that sentence. Developers should ask for and listen to what reviewers have to say about specific pull requests, but they are not bound to that word. The reason for this is because of that aforementioned situation of developers being the ultimate deciders of what does and does not get merged, and therefore the ultimate bearers of the burden of any negative consequences of a merge. Reviewers should not see developers not going along with their suggestions or approvals as the developers disapproving of the reviewers themselves. If, as a reviewer, you ever have questions about why a developer rejected a change or a pull request, you should ask that developer or developers, and use their responses to change how you approach future reviews to better match the expectations of the development team. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Developers, for the most part, should not just be straight up ignoring reviewers. We should be giving reasons. Ideally, we should be giving reasons before we even asked. But in the case that there wasn't a reason given, or you feel like more reason could be given, please ask. And if you are a developer like myself, please respond. But then with the reviewers, don't just look at our reasons and then be like, okay, I'm not going to care about that next time. No, what we say should in some way shape how you review and what you approve. Even if you disagree, you should still understand, hey, the development team doesn't want this, therefore I'm going to review with the development team's expectations in mind. Or the developer team. And thus ends this section on the relationship of reviewers and reviews. How each group should see the other and approach the other. Alright, let's see what people have to say. If reviewer of relationships flushed, says Azure. Hector says, ideally by the time a developer looks at a pull request, it will just be to look it over and give it a final stamp of approval. Musa says, so it goes contributor, reviewer, dev. Not sure in what sense you mean it goes contributor, reviewer, dev, but in some sense, yes. Sog responds to Hector saying, I'm not sure I fully agree with this sentiment. A pull request isn't getting a final stamp of approval if a developer is finally reviewing it. Until a developer reviews a pull request and how it may or may not belong in the game, it's not a matter of a final stamp of approval. It's subject to a full content review regardless. The only cases where I see a developer's stamp of approval being more of a finality is fixes or bugs, not content additions. Yes, I agree with that. That kind of gets back to this paragraph here, where I was saying reviewers have certain concerns, developers have other concerns. Well, actually, no, backing up. Reviewers and developers have the same concerns. But which side of the spectrum those concerns are, they focus on, or which concerns they focus on is different. So I don't see it being the case that, especially with larger content, it should just be the case that developers put a stamp of approval on things. It's probably always going to be the case that no matter how many reviewers run through a pull request, a developer is still going to have more comments. Very rarely do I see it being the case where there's absolutely no comments at all that a developer would have. Or very minimal level of comments. Even in the most approved pull requests, have I found things that 10 other people have missed. And I said, hey, even as small as a typo, even as large as, like, hey, this doesn't really fit, or hey, this could be improved in the way it's being described. Or this doesn't fit with lore, or whatever have you. Doom says, I disagree with the statement that anyone is capable of opening their own pull request to the branch that the contributor's pull request is located on. I'm not capable of doing that, as I do not know how to. Perhaps allowed to, rather than capable of, would be more accurate. I suppose it depends on how you define capability. You could theoretically do that. Just because you don't know at the moment how to do that does not mean that you could never do that. What I mean by capable is that the possibility is there that you could do that. Although I get where you're coming from in the sense that capable means you could do that right now. You're capable of fulfilling this task. I'll use able to instead of capable to. Keep in mind that anyone is able to open their own pull requests. Hector says, I do think we shouldn't be laying negative outcomes of merges at the feet of developers. Sometimes things get missed. If something goes wrong, we can fix it. Putting heat on people whenever they miss something just means they're not going to want to merge anything, so they aren't responsible for any negative outcomes of it. Devs should be doing their best to avoid missing things, sure, but I don't think it's fair to put all the blame on them when something goes wrong. In an ideal world, there won't be anything left for a developer to find in their final review. In reality, there probably will be. We can strive for the ideal while acknowledging that it's unlikely. And Warp says, I believe they call that a skill issue. So when I say that the negative outcomes are laid at the feet of the developers, I'm not saying, oh, blame them, yell at them, chastise them for for having this be the case. I'm just saying it is the developer who missed the thing. Not saying they tried to miss it, but the developer did miss the thing, whatever it might be that is broken. Therefore, the developer should try to get it fixed. Perhaps the wording is overly negative. I can see where you're coming from there. But the intention, not so much. Although, I will say, there's a distinction between how we describe it and how people perceive it. I'm not just talking about, oh, there was a bug. I'm also talking about somebody looking at a merge and saying, this isn't bugged, I just don't like it. In such cases, they go to the developer or developers. Like, hey, why was this merged? I don't like this. Warp says, just say can. Why you gotta use so many words? Gotta keep the word count up. Doom says, you overestimate my power. Sog says, I'm more so saying that even if a pull request has 10 reviews on it, if a developer has not had the chance to look at it yet, and that doesn't mean the pull request is likely to get in. And it doesn't mean the developer is going to skim it for mistakes instead of going deeper into its place in the game or lack thereof. Warp says, it's definitely fair to put all of the blame on them when they fuck the content. Sog says, hey, I mean, Derpy missed a mission requiring a source that doesn't exist in the game and merged it some months ago. Moose says, the wording is confusing, but such is the nature of a 40-page manifesto. Doom says, I think this leads to a more general thing. It's not actually productive to attempt to seek retribution against someone for something they did wrong. That's the case here and elsewhere. Yes. Moose says, okay, maybe Derpy skill issue then. One thing I'll say on the idea of negative outcomes being laid at the feet of the developers, Hector says, putting heat on someone whenever they miss something just means they're not going to want to merge anything, so they aren't responsible for any negative outcomes of it. I think there is a middle ground. I understand saying you don't want to put heat on someone for a negative outcome, but I feel like you also can't say the negative outcome should not be pointed toward the devs at all, because then there's not as much of a pressure to do well. There does need to be a bit of a pressure to be like, hey, make sure you're catching things. Warp does this well. Doom says, when we look at a mistake someone has made, it should not be the case of let's all point at them and laugh. It should be a case of this is a mistake any of us could have made, so how can we learn from this and make sure none of us make this mistake in the future? Correct. Note, too, though, how you could probably just boil this down into it is the responsibility of the developers to ensure that the game is in the best state it can be, something to that effect. I use the term negative outcomes because I'm talking about like bugs. A bug is a negative outcome. I'm talking about negative sentiment from others. Like that is a negative outcome. But don't see the term negative as in like, oh, it's terrible, it's horrible, this should have never happened. It's the worst thing since insert tragedy here. Like that's not what I mean when I'm using the term negative. I'm using the term negative in like a very like just not good. Not that it's horrible, terrible, no good, very bad. Just that it's not good. It's something we want to avoid. Warp says assigning blame and assigning responsibility do have very different connotations. I think the latter is good, the former is problematic. Correct. I didn't use the word blame, though. I did use the term responsibility. The developers bear the ultimate responsibility for all merges. It is the responsibility of the developers to ensure that all negative outcomes are resolved or alleviated. I did use the term burden. Which perhaps can be negative, but I don't really take it as a negative thing. Was that the Kiv of 87? Warp says, and I don't think it's reasonable to put the responsibility of something squarely on the shoulders of a contributor. Having a pull request merge should not come with any sort of expectation to maintain the thing, unless the author makes such commitment themselves. Everyone else seems to have used it, though. Yeah. Everyone else seems to have used the term blame, yeah. And then on the term, on point of contributor, correct. I did kind of say that here. At the end of the day, there's nothing stopping a contributor from getting one thing merged and then leaving. Hence why the developers bear the responsibility of the merge, not the contributors. If the contributor is active still, it'd be highly appreciated if you help, but it's not your responsibility. You think I'm listening to what you say? It's just more. Well, clearly you're responding. Sox says, agree there should at least be some, even the slightest bit of expectation for those with positions of power when it comes to negative bounce back from a mistake. Not one of blame, but responsibility. Yeah. Doom says, maybe there could be a touch more clarification that it is the responsibility of the developer to resolve negative consequences. If nobody else steps up to do it first, I think that's worth mentioning. So, like, adding on to this sentence here, it is the responsibility of the developer to ensure that any negative outcomes of the merging of pull requests are resolved or alleviated if no one else gets to it. If nobody else steps up to do it first. Whoever says it's possible that the chosen resolution is to just undo the thing. True, but I didn't discount that possibility here. Okay, that could very much be the case. The course of action could be, okay, let's just revert it. Swap into editing mode so you can see how I'm changing it. Alright, so rereading this now. Whatever occurs with the development of a pull request, it is ultimately the developers who decide whether or not to merge a pull request, and therefore the burden of that merge falls upon them. Maybe just replace burden with responsibility. Responsibility of the outcomes of that merge falls upon them. What I mean by this is that any negative outcomes of the merging of a pull request, be that through the creation of new bugs or through negative sentiment from others, is laid at the feet of the developers. Maybe just again replace laid at the feet of with the responsibility is the responsibility of the developers to fix. I mean, this is kind of redundant now. This sentence, at least. Maybe remove therefore. What I mean by this is that any negative outcomes of the merging of a pull request, be that through the creation of new bugs or through negative sentiments from others, is the responsibility of the developers to fix. The developers should ensure that these issues are resolved or alleviated if no one else steps up to fix them first. If a contributor is still active after the merge of their pull request, then it would be highly appreciated if they were to help in the cleaning up of any issues that stem from their own changes. There's also nothing stopping any other contributors helping to fix an issue. But at the end of the day, there's nothing stopping a contributor from getting one thing merged and then leaving, or requiring other contributors to fix the issue. Hence why the developers bear the ultimate responsibility for all merges. How's that sound? I'll flip back to viewing mode. These two. Tab says also, can you say that promising the merge of a yet incomplete pull request is bad practice, or not reviewed/tested? Promise from who? I kind of get into that in the next section on reviews and approvals. Because the only promise in a sense that something will be merged is via approving it first. But to approve it, you need to first review it. So Hector says, ultimately, if there's an issue that crops up, the most important thing is to figure out how to best resolve it, not to find out who was responsible for the issue appearing. Now, if there's an individual that's consistently missing things, that's worth a discussion as to why those things are being missed and how to avoid them being missed in the future. Musa says it's a community of volunteers, so you can't fire people. The responsibility has to come either from within or from being watched by a bunch of other people. James says, I agree with this, though by the nature of our merging process, any issue that's been missed has been missed by everyone who looked at it. So I'm not sure there's ever likely to be a case where the missing of multiple issues can be pinned on a single person. More to the point, if there are particular types of issues that are consistently being missed by everyone, that definitely worth the conversation as to how that's happening. And then, yep, that looks good. Okay. Type says, I want to avoid another Hyrule situation. Oh, I see what you mean. In terms of promises. Yeah. True. Alright. Any final comments on the relationships section before we move on to reviews and approvals? Hey, we're like at the halfway point on the page count. Approaching 2 hours at the halfway point. Let's go. I said if we had time, we'd review stuff. Probably don't have time. Todd says the pug can lend you a time machine if you ask them nicely. Doom says, I think everyone wants to avoid another HR situation. I'm not entirely sure we have a concrete plan for how to do so, though. Only merge finished pull requests. Yes. So, I don't think I outlined this. I'll just get into the next section after that, describing this. But I don't think I outlined this in here yet, but I probably should. Developers should only merge pull requests that they approve of. Developers should only approve of pull requests if they think they are in a good state to be merged. So, in those two things, you kind of already get you already get the situation of unfinished pull requests will not be merged, and therefore you never get another higher feel. Doom says, I mean, more generally, I'm not aware of a well-structured plan on how to handle very large campaign pull requests, which, as I understand it, was a significant portion of where the problems with Hyrule came from. The remedy there will probably be mentioned in a separate document.
I don't get into the issues with large pull requests in this one. But a while ago, I did start creating another document that I never finished. I'm just going to scroll down to it now. Not there. Let me bounce back up. So I had this content creation guideline / best practices document that I never finished. I want to finish it, but I think in here, let me just Control F for split. Large. Open large projects in chunks. Single large pull requests can be difficult to review. If a large project can be broken up, then it should be. By breaking large projects up into smaller pieces, each individual piece can be more easily reviewed, and some pieces can potentially be merged ahead of others, allowing at least some content from a large project to make it into the game once it's passed the review process, instead of holding up everything waiting on the last bit of content from the project to be reviewed. Large pull requests aren't necessarily large in size alone. A pull request can modify a large number of lines, but can be easy to review given what it's changing. For example, organizing existing content, adding to the map file, etc. The important factors that signify a large project / pull request that should be broken up into smaller chunks include, but are not limited to, a project that deals with a large number of concepts or areas of the game. For example, a large project that deals in multiple areas / folders of the game may be able to be broken up into one, broken up to have one pull request deal with each folder or area. Or a pull request, or a project that adds a large amount of content that doesn't necessarily all rely on each other. For example, given a string of 30 missions, each mission relies upon what came before it, but doesn't necessarily rely upon what comes after it. So such a string of missions could potentially be broken in half to have 50 missions in one pull request and 50 missions in another. But yeah. So these two sections are kind of on large pull requests. And something else I will note, part of this document is also being a lot less relaxed with people. Like, if I ask you, split your pull request, and you say no, I'm not just going to roll with it now. I'm going to say, split your fucking pull request, or I'm closing it. Warp says, does it say when it was created? The guidelines doc? Let me check the history. Because, yeah, this is old. File history. See version history. March of 2022. So just over a year ago. And it looks like I started adding to it again in June of last year. So like the last time I've touched this was just over a year ago. Warp says, can you give an example? No, I don't want to. Alright, let's move on then. Warp says, I wasn't listening. That's your problem. Yeah, Hector says, probably not best to not call out specific examples. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to... I'm not looking to point figures. I'm not looking to say, here's a specific time when this happened, and therefore you suck because of this. Part of the point of this document is that we have never outlined any of this before. Therefore, I don't think we should be retroactively pointing fingers and saying, hey, you are the problem. You're why this document is being made. No finger pointing. Just, we are aware of issues, and we're making this document to alleviate them. Going forward, we should refer back to this or any subsequent documents that are made. We should not point back to past situations and say, this is why. No, we should point to the document and say, we do things because of this. Because the document says so. March of last year, Warp. I said March of last year. It's been just over a year. Last touched it in June of last year. Doom says, how are we going to reconcile the desire to split up big pull quests into manageable sections with the requirement that the main campaigns not be present in the game in incomplete states? Do something kind of like what we are doing with High Reveal, where we make things just inaccessible. They're in the game. If you want to test them, you're able to. But we gotta, just not let them be available. Either that, or something I've talked about is maybe the entire thing is finished at the same time. But when you open it, you still open it in chunks. So, let's say the Navy campaign was done right now. Fuck you, Warp. Let's say the Navy campaign was done right now. I would not say open up the Navy campaign an entire single pull request. I would say split it up into like 5, 6 pull requests, whatever it might be. And we'll review each of them in parts. Maybe we also merge them in parts as they get finished, and then have each prior pull request influence the next one. LOL. But at that point, it is a management of fuck Warp band. It is just a management, an organizational type thing more than it is a oh no, how do we get this in a complete state, but also review it in parts. I mean, it's possible. Types is Derpy writes and discusses a doc about communication. Warp doesn't listen. Typical Warp. Sack Warp. Warp for core member again. Remove dev parents. Doom says, okay, I am now confident that we have a good plan to handle that. Cool. And again, this is something that we can probably write down somewhere so that we can refer back to it instead of just me saying it right now very off the cuff. Oh, this is what we probably could do. No, we want a document that says this is what we will do. Alright. Moving forward then. On reviews and approvals. Having defined the relationship between various roles when it comes to reviews and approvals, it's time to define what roles or what reviews and approvals actually entail. At its most basic level, a review is simply a series of comments on a pull request. But when we're looking for reviews, particularly from reviewers and developers, we're looking for more than just a basic level review. A good review from a reviewer or developer should contain constructive feedback and suggestions for the contributor of the pull request. Constructive feedback is feedback which not only points out a problem, but also states why it is a problem and provides ideas or suggestions on how to fix it. This way, a contributor can not only improve their pull requests with the suggestions that are provided, but also learn how to improve their future work by using the reasoning that reviews provide as to what the original problem was. Reviews, particularly from those from developers, should avoid comments that point out a problem, but provide no reasons or solutions. In cases where the reviewer/developer notices a problem but doesn't know how to fix it, the comment should make it clear that further discussion is needed on the problem. Instead of providing a simple "this is wrong" message, such comments should be more to the effect of "this is wrong because of XYZ, but I'm not sure how to address this at the moment. Does anyone have ideas?" If a reasoning for the problem cannot be provided at the moment, then one should hold off on their comment until they have a proper reason for why something is a problem. Another typo. How much real estate do I lose if I put it in edit mode? Not that much. Note, though, that reviewing a pull request should not be seen as burdensome. In describing this problem, reason, solution construction of review comments, understand that not every review comment need necessarily be constructed in that way. For example, say that you are reviewing a pull request and notice a spelling mistake. In this case, simply providing a suggestion that fixes the spelling mistake is all that is necessary, as the problem and reasoning should be self-evident from the suggestion. It is also the case that not every review comment is about a problem with the pull request itself. Oftentimes, people make comments about ways they feel something could be improved, be that as simple as tweaking the wording of a sentence or as complex as adding another mission in a chain to better flesh out the story being told. In these cases, it can be helpful to provide reasons for the change and suggestions for how the change should be made, but it is not strictly necessary. Once a contributor has fully addressed your review, or if you review a pull request and find no issues with it, you then have the option to leave an approval on the pull request. As noted in the definition of role section, reviewers and developers are broken down into focuses of each section, of which sections of the game they focus on. Particularly with reviewers, it has been the case that in the past, approvals of a approvals of a pull request have been seen as an approval in only the area that the person who left the review focuses on. Going forward, this should not be the case. An approval of a pull request should not only be seen as an approval in one's area of focus, but also an approval for the entire pull request as a whole to be merged. An approval should effectively be seen as an endorsement of a pull request to be merged. If you do not endorse the contents of a pull request, then you should not be approving it. And then we can add here what I was mentioning earlier. That is, if there are areas of the pull request that you do not focus on, but know need fixed, then you should avoid approving the pull request. For developers, you should never approve a pull request, or you should never merge requests that you have not or would not merge. Approve. You should not merge a pull request that you would not merge. You should never merge a pull request that you have not or would not approve. And you should not approve a pull request that you do not feel is in a sufficient, is in a good enough state to actually release. Except in cases where there might be minor changes that need made in a follow-up pull request that is expected to be merged before the next release. How about that? The have not or would not approve wording. I'm not saying you need to approve every pull request before you merge it, because sometimes if it's small, I'm just going to merge it. I'm not going to even bother with going and clicking approve. A merge, in a sense, can be seen as an approval. But the point is, you should not approve or merge anything that is not finished, or it's not expected to be finished with minor tweaks in a follow-up pull request. Time says, our comments like this doesn't sound great, but I don't know, about, say, writing style acceptable. Something I'll note is that where did I say it? Reviewers, particularly those from developers, should avoid comments that point out the problem but provide no solution or reason. Note that I didn't say should never have. If you see there's a problem,
or like you're reading something, you're like, this feels off, but you're not sure why or how to tweak it, you're still allowed to say that. I would just ask that you try to keep such comments to a minimum. If you feel like there's something that's wrong with pull request, you should probably at least have a good reason for why you feel that way. Now, I understand sometimes you get a feeling that something is wrong, and you can't really put that to words. But that's why I have this avoid language, not never have language, because I understand there can be such cases where you're not really sure how to say, oh, this is wrong, or this needs changed. But, like, you can say that, but not be sure why. You know what I mean. So, yeah. Hector says, there are times where someone will say, for example, I've looked through this, and all of the writing looks good, and then approved it. Is that not okay moving forward? I think that the important point is kind of on this last sentence. If you are aware of issues in the pull request, even if you didn't review them, I think you should avoid approving. Now, what I don't think this means is that you need to wait until everyone's reviews are addressed before anyone can approve. If someone else has pointed out an issue, and you fully expect that issue will be resolved, then at that point I think it's fine to say, hey, I approve this. Without that yet being resolved. It's a fine line. Because like what I say a little further up, I'm not trying to make things burdensome. I don't want the review process to be burdensome or the approval process to be burdensome for anyone. I just want us to have concrete meanings behind what it means to approve, what it means to review, when we approve, stuff like that. Maybe this is a difficult situation to navigate, so we should just remove this entirely from reviewers. Like, maybe a reviewer can still approve a pull request even knowing there's still stuff that needs changed. I think with developers, though, maybe this applies more to developers than it does to reviewers. Because the expectation of the developer is to take everything into account. Not as much with the reviewer. Time says, can you make it clear whether I need to specifically mention that I'm approving the pull request in a specific area, or whether I have to look at every part of the pull request, even if I don't have any knowledge about how that works, in order to give an approval? And Hector says, occasionally a pull request might have both text and art. It's useful for someone that's very good at graphical design to be able to approve the art assets without necessarily saying that all of the content / balancing / everything else is good too. Yeah, I see where the confusion comes from there. Warp says, this doesn't sound good to me. It seems like a reason to me. Perhaps not a very useful one, if there's no elaboration on what about the writing doesn't sound good, but it's a reason. Type says, when I approve a pull request, that 99% of the time is because I think the grammar is good enough. I don't know if the content is balanced or if the missions will trigger properly, and my review should not be mistaken for that. I'm not able to give a proper opinion on those. Of course, if I notice an obvious issue, I'll request changes in that, but that's not the same. And Hector says, okay, I think that's fairly reasonable. If you see something that you think is an issue with text or something, it would be fair to request a text reviewer to look at it before you review it for something else. And Time says, on a different note, since developers are setting the vision of the game, non-developer reviews shouldn't focus on whether something should or shouldn't be merged, but on whether or not it meets the quality standards. I think calling it an endorsement is problematic.
Musa says, I feel like this is only making things more complicated. Maybe I'm dumb. Well, that's why we're discussing right now. This document is not concrete. I'm not saying, hey, here's what I have. This is going to stay this way. I'm talking about the document because I fully expect there are things that I'm missing or are confusing or need change. And this seems like one of them. The Only Knight on Steam says, it sounds like you want to clarify who the burden belongs to, which may increase the burden on some people, but would streamline the process by removing confusion around who needs to do what and what needs to be done. That's from 2 minutes ago, so I'm assuming that's referring to approvals. Hector says it's already complicated. Setting an expectation is important. Yes. Warp says, I think it's probably fine for reviewers to approve a pull request on the basis of only some parts of it, without giving much consideration to anything else. It simply means that their approval isn't useful when considering the other stuff. I'm going to review it anyway. Hopefully the approvals means I'll have less comments, at least on the stuff that was approved. Lucius says, honestly, I don't know why I'm here. I'm not a dev or anything, Lamal. Okay, I get what you're saying. I'll get back to edit mode. Let me scroll up to roles. I am changing a bit the definition of approval from a reviewer that we have had in the past. I think what you guys are saying is we should keep what it means for a reviewer to approve a pull request closer to what it is now, or at least just define what it is now and keep it how it is. My main rationale behind why I tried to change things up a bit is kind of because of this situation. In the past, there have been complaints about developers not following the suggestions or approvals of reviewers. I have closed pull requests that reviewers have approved, and I have had people complain about that. Hey, this was approved by such and such people. Why did you close it? So maybe I think that defining approvals from reviewers as you guys are describing probably would be a lot better for this. Because I was going the direction of make it so approvals truly mean this should be merged. And you guys are going the direction of just make it clear that when a reviewer approves something, they're only approving it in their area. And that does not mean necessarily that it will be merged. So I'll do that. Let's change things up a little then. So I think this definition, the short definition of approval from a developer from the notes section here, the approval of a pull request from a developer should only ever mean that the developer believes the pull request is in a good state and should be merged into the game in the state it is in. I think this works fine for developers. A developer's approval should have a lot more weight behind it and mean a lot more in the sense of this should or should not be merged. A reviewer's approval is more, this is good in this area. So maybe we say, unlike with developers, where an approval effectively states whether a pull request should be merged. Reviews from reviewers, or I mean approvals from reviewers, are primarily approvals in that reviewer's area of expertise. For example, if a grammar and spelling reviewer approves a mission pull request after seeing that it has no grammar or spelling issues, that approval is not a statement that the mission or that the pull request should be merged. Only an approval stating that the grammar and spelling are fine. This should be made clear in the approval message of the reviewer. If ever a reviewer means anything else about their review or about their approval, then this should be stated in the review, in the approval message. Something like that.
Time says at the very least that wouldn't cause confusion about existing approvals having been made on a different basis. True. Hector says, I just think it's useful to look at the pull request and see this has art, text, and code, and it has approvals from an art and code reviewer, so the main thing that needs looked at is text. Makes sense to me. Moose says, I just make plugins. I have no need for grammar like y'all fancy spelling motherfuckers. Time says, oh, I had one of those pull requests. It sucked. But you guys say what does and doesn't fit, so it's the dev's choice whether or not it can be merged, regardless of how many approvals it has. Although having many approvals could be an indicator of community opinion, which shouldn't be ignored either. But that's a whole can of worms. Yeah, there is... The approvals are a bit overloaded. They can mean, I think this is good in my area, but it can also mean, I think this should be merged, which is kind of what I was getting at with the approval message should say, hey, this is the grounds on which I am approving. So maybe let's maybe reword it like this. Unlike with developers where an approval effectively states whether a pull request should be merged, approvals from reviewers can have multiple meanings. One meaning is that the reviewer believes that the pull request is good and should be merged. Another meaning is that the reviewer, or is that the pull request is good in the reviewer's area of expertise. For example, if a grammar and spelling reviewer approves a pull request after seeing that it has no grammar and spelling issues, that approval, actually, let's say, for example, if a grammar and spelling reviewer reviews a mission pull request after seeing that it has no grammar or spelling issues, they can approve that pull request on the grounds that its spelling, or that its grammar and spelling are good. But a reviewer could approve the same pull request
saying to mean that they like the missions and would like to see them merged. The approval message of a pull request or of a reviewer should describe which of these two situations they are approving the pull request for. Warp says, I think an unqualified review should mean I think this should be merged. What else can it possibly mean? But I don't think it's unreasonable for a person to qualify an approval to some specific thing if they lack the knowledge, inclination, or opportunity to review everything else. Hector says, question for reviewers. Is it possible for you guys to approve a pull request either as your team or as yourself? Or does GitHub force one or the other? Warp says, as a developer probably shouldn't be giving qualified approvals because it's just confusing for the pull request authors. Doom says, yes, I agree that it's definitely worth clarifying that an approval is specific to a particular area if that's the case. If nothing else, I think that's necessary in order to clarify what exactly has been approved. Or what exactly was actually being approved. Tom says, if a team reviewer was requested and I'm in that team, it gets reviewed on behalf of that team. Otherwise, it is an individual. Hector says, I'm thinking something like, an approval from writing patrol means that writing is good, whereas an approval from a writing reviewer means the pull request as a whole is good. And Doom says, yep, that seems sensible. Warp says, if a dev thinks some part of a pull request is good but doesn't feel comfortable merging it because they can't make a determination on the rest of it, they shouldn't approve it. They should tell the others what they think, and someone who does feel comfortable tackling the rest of it can do that. Yes. Time says, sounds good in theory, but we don't have a whole lot of reviewers in every area. Code Patrol is only Hurl, who is on vacation again. Art reviewers often fall to SOG as being the only option. They can comment instead of approving, but scrolling through 100 messages can be tedious compared to looking at the sidebar. I think you can click on the people's names in the sidebar and it jumps to their review, doesn't it? Hector says, so if a reviewer is looking at a pull request that thinks that the writing is good but can't speak to everything else, they can request a review from Writing Patrol and then approve it. If they instead think the pull request as a whole is good and should be merged in its current state, they can approve it as an individual. I don't want to get too much into the sense of like re-requesting reviews or whatnot. I think if you just put in your approval message, like, hey, this is the grounds on which I am approving this, that removes any ambiguity, not only from, like, for everyone. Because even if we define what an approval means, and we make sure that our reviewers know, hey, this is what an approval means, and this is, like, when you're reviewing as a team, you should do this, or when you're reviewing as an individual, you should do this. That's not exactly clear to all onlookers. But if you say in your approval message, this is why I'm approving this, then that makes it clear to anyone. Like, hey, this is what this means. Musa says, I wish each pull request could have 3 or more tick boxes. One for each expertise, and all would have been filled in by a corresponding expert to move on to dev approval stage. Hector says, well, that is effectively what the patrol teams are supposed to do. They're supposed to be, but manpower shortages, yeah. I mean, this gets back to the idea of this is a hobby project. This is volunteer work, in a sense. Like, sure, we can define an ideal, but what we need to expect imperfection. We're not always going to get reviews from every team necessary, or even multiple reviews from each team. And maybe, yeah, all of our quote-unquote code reviewers are out of action at the moment. I mean, at that point, it's just the devs still do what they've always done before we had dedicated reviewers. Alright, then let me jump back down to here. I'm gonna just effectively copy paste this. Maybe reword it a bit, add more detail. And then, since we're at the halfway point, I want to take a break. I need to refill my water. 2.5 hours, let's go. Developers should never merge a pull request that you have not or would not approve, and you should not approve a pull request that you do not feel is good enough to state in a good enough state to actually release, except in cases where there might be minor changes that, if ever, if there is a pull request that contains changes that are not that you are not comfortable with viewing, case of pull requests that might contain both, or may contain changes across various areas of the game that might be outside of your focus, then you should not leave an approval on the pull request, but instead discard any review that may have requested changes, and ask another developer to cover the area that you cannot. Only once you are certain that the entire pull request is good should you merge, or should you approve. Something like that. Marissa says maybe we should hire some professional reviewers with the millions of dollars the devs have hidden under the mattress. What are you talking about? I don't have dollars under the mattress. What are you talking about? Actor says, ideally every pull request would have a review requested from each relevant patrol team. Someone from that patrol team would approve, and once each relevant team has approved, it would move on to dev reviewal stage. But then that means any pull request can be held up indefinitely if it doesn't get an approval from the appropriate team. Yeah, I don't want to add anything like that where we say it must get approvals from these teams before it can move forward. If a developer comes across a pull request and it has not been reviewed by any reviewers, that should not stop a developer from reviewing it themselves. Warp says, I'd go with confident instead of certain. The latter seems a bit too intense. Hurl is typing in stream chat. I see you.
How about a 4th of July stream? How about that?
So I can't. So it seems like we're not going to have time to review pull requests today. I'll review pull request then. Whoops, just do it. Play the free world story. Nah. Hector says also, could we talk about removing approvals? It's entirely possible to approve a pull request, have the pull request change fundamentally, and have your approval stuck on it forever. Type says devs have the permissions to dismiss reviews, I think. We can dismiss requested changes. I don't know if we can dismiss approvals, can we? Okay, these are closed, but can I? Okay, I can't. Somebody give me a pull request that's been approved by someone. Whoops says, I'm not sure what the meaning behind dismissing an approval would be. Do you remember that short period of time where somebody flipped on the setting where if a change was made to a pull request and the pull request was approved, all the reviews would be unapproved? Okay, I seemingly cannot unapprove reviews from non-devs. Oh yeah, this one. But I can dismiss reviews from devs. Okay. So in that case, in the case where you have left an approval, but now you feel that the approval no longer fits, are you not able to go into here and do this? Request changes, leave a comment. You don't even need to comment on a specific line. Just type something up here and click request changes. Can you not do that? Or can you guys not even click request changes? That must be addressed before merging. Does that only say that because I'm a dev? Time says, or you can re-review it yourself and change it, but that's not always possible. Yeah. Wizard says, no, don't play Free World Story. That's my stream idea. Okay, I won't steal it. Stream idea. Do not steal. Musa says, maybe there should be rules about how much you can change something before needing to create a new pull request. Hector says, ouch, yeah. Warp says, oh yeah, that. Hector says, that is the other extreme, which I also don't think is good. Sock says, the only thing you can do is re-request. What if you re-request a review? Alright, I'm going to test. Hurl, what if I re-request your review? Does it no longer count as an approval? It doesn't in the sidebar, that's for sure. So yeah. What if I do that for quick? It still counts as an approval down here, though. That's funny. So in the sidebar it changes. Which maybe is all we need if all we're using is the sidebar to check. That's one thing we could do. Sock says, yeah, if you do something else besides approve, it's not an approval anymore. Actually, specifically requested changes, yes. Yeah, I think you need to specifically say request changes. Because otherwise, if you just do a comment review, it keeps whatever that was there before. Webb says, I suppose it's because approvals of requested changes from people with write access can affect whether or not the pull request can actually be merged. So maybe you want to override that. I think whether or not the sidebar shows a tick or not for a person who approved the pull request and later left a comment is different between browser and mobile app. Thank you, GitHub. Very cool. Hector says, part of the problem is I believe if the pull request author then resolves your requested changes, yours then changes back to an approval. I could be incorrect about that. It's been a long time since I tested this stuff out. I don't recall that ever being the case. If you approve something, then request changes, you still have to be the one to physically approve it again. I don't think resolving the requested changes is enough to change things. I do think that we need to talk about this case, though, of stuff changed. Now, what do we do? In cases where an approval was given to a pull request, but then the pull request has changed substantially, those approvals should no longer be seen as valid. Developers should re-request reviews from reviewers, or request reviews from reviewers. In such cases. Or reviewers should open new reviews that request changes and therefore invalidate the previous approval. Musa says maybe we should have a single reviewer who never sleeps and just stares at GitHub 24/7. I don't know what that would resolve. I don't like that idea. Doom says, I think it continues saying requested changes even when the requested changes have been addressed. I'm reasonably sure I've seen that happen. Yeah. Hector says if it does stay as requested changes, that seems like a reasonable solution. Warp says, but also the only place I think this is actually really relevant is when a person argues that their thing should be merged because people have approved it, but maybe they don't actually approve of it anymore. I don't see an approval and just click the merge button anyway. I'm still going to review it, and if it's really controversial, I'll just also look through the discussions, assuming I'm not already familiar with it. Yeah. Developers should also use their own discretion to determine if past reviews or past approvals are still valid, given changes that occurred after the approval. Ideally speaking, especially with developers, if a developer hasn't approved a pull request, it should really be merged like pretty quickly after that. So we shouldn't as often have cases where a developer's approval has become invalid because of changes that have occurred. But that can definitely occur with reviewers. Is that good, though? Is there anything else we need to comment on here? Because I do actually want to take a quick break as we close in on 3 hours. Cough quick. Suck. Yeah. Tybe says there are pull quests that have been reviewed by, say, Tahouch years ago, and have been through some changes since then. Yeah. That is another scenario. In cases where changes have been requested by a developer on a pull request, and those changes have been addressed, but the developer has not returned to approve those changes, approve the pull request, for some time to approve the pull request. Other developers, may use their own discretion to determine if the requested changes have been sufficiently resolved, and then dismiss the requested changes review, as it blocks merging of pull requests. Musa asks, how does one become a reviewer anyway? Does this doc say? Hector says, by reviewing. Musa says, yeah, but no one's going to listen to a random crackhead with knowledge of C++. I mean, if it's good knowledge, if you review, and we're like, yo, this guy actually knows his stuff. Alright. I think I'll leave it there for now. Take a quick intermission here. Let's say 15 minutes. Go to the bathroom, grab a snack, you know. Refill your water if you need to, as I do. And then, when we return, we'll get to the second half of the document in the next 3 hours. Alright. Catch you in a bit. I'm back. Alright. Let's see. What did I miss? Hector says some really big pull requests probably should have multiple devs approving, multiple dev approvals before merging. Yeah. That's. Hey, watch this. No. Not right now. Alright. Discord sounds this time. Hector says, why do you sound different? Did someone knock you out and is now impersonating you? No, I ate some food. I don't know. Maybe I gotta clear my throat. How about now? Maybe you're just crazy. Musa says, is there a point where you should just make a new pull request instead of overhauling an old one? Well, that point is very discretionary. We can't just say, like in a document, this is the exact point in which you should stop trying to shine shit. So. Alright. Back half of this document now. Oh, jeez. Let's go. Hopefully this should be quicker. I think the whole like review discussion was definitely going to be meaty regardless. And I imagine these two sections are probably going to be a bit longer. You know what? Fuck it. The last like bunch are going to be longer. Yeah, it's going to be like 3 hours. I do have a bit of a, let's call it like a soft cutoff at 8:30. So in like 3 hours, 20 minutes. But I can probably push that to 9, which gives me like almost 4 hours. But I do want to wrap this up, you know, sometime today. Alright. Up next, on closed pull requests and discarded work. Sometimes it is decided that a pull request that is opened should not be merged, and is therefore closed. Or an idea is discussed on Discord and has considerable amount of time put into it, but is ultimately rejected. This can be for a variety of reasons, such as the content doesn't fit the game, the feature is not desired, a different pull request that solves the same problem was merged, there's a general consensus that the change isn't desired, and so on. Whatever the reasons are, the closing of a pull request or the rejection of idea should not be seen as something which is overly negative. The development of a video game is a creative process, and oftentimes in a creative process, work is discarded. We should not place on ourselves a burden of trying to get everything merged if it potentially can be merged, even when that potential is only small. We each only have so much time to work on the development of this game, and we should try to aim the majority of our time at those pull requests which will have the highest positive impact on the game. If that means that smaller stuff falls to the wayside and is ultimately discarded, then so be it. That is not to say that we should not try to merge as much stuff as possible, but that is to say that our goal should not be merging pull requests above all else. As described much earlier, the goal should be to improve the game. We don't improve the game by just making our number of merged pull requests skyrocket. The goal is not big number of commits, big number of pull requests. The goal is a better game. If one of your pull requests or ideas is rejected for whatever reason, you should not be making a personal vendetta out of it, regardless of how much time you put into it. If you truly share our primary goal and want to see this game improved, then attempting to drag people down because your work was rejected will not help that. What you should do is take the feedback you gathered and put your energy in producing work for the game elsewhere or in a different way. Realize that everyone who has put significant time into the development of this game has had pull requests closed or ideas shot down. There are many ideas from even developers that die before they see the light of a pull request, but the master has failed more times than the beginner has ever tried. Failure or rejection should not be seen as an end, but a step on the path of growth. This quote was just straight up stolen from a comment section on a speedrunning video. The master has failed more times than the beginner has ever tried. I saw that, and I was like, you know what? That's so true. Like, the developers get a lot of, the developers get a lot of our own pull request merged, but realize that's because way in the past, we got a bunch of our pull requests closed, but we stuck with it. Like, I think my very first pull request was closed. Second one, maybe merged. Third one, closed, you know? Hector says, I'm pretty sure that quote is older than the internet. I know, but I stole it from a speedrunning comment section. Hector says, does the section about closed pull requests include anything about when and under what circumstances a pull request should be closed? Well, that's just answered the question, I guess, because no. This is not about when to close things. This is about when things are closed. Because the when to close things is very much, like, kind of amorphous in a way. It's hard to say, it's hard to, like, write down a list of reasons, like, these are the list of reasons which, for why we will close your pull requests. Because there can be a variety of reasons. I mean, I exactly say that. There can be a variety of reasons, such as the content doesn't fit the game, the feature is not desired, a different pull request solves the same issue, there's a general consensus that the change isn't desired, and so on. Like, this is just a list of examples, but there can be more. This is just the stuff that came off the top of my head. Like, this is generally why things get closed. But yeah. Doom says, at some level, changes made to a pull request should generally be making it more conducive to merging rather than less. So the case where something has been changed and is no longer worthy of approval, it has already received, shouldn't be a common one. True. True. It's not a common case where things change so much that we need people to reapprove or re-review. But it doesn't hurt to say when. Like, if this occurs, this is what we would do. But yeah. Wizard says, Derpy closed my first pull request and I never forgave him. But yeah, like, look at that. I closed Wizrad's pull request, now he's a developer, and he's going to stab me in the back one of these days. But he is a developer now. Like, he climbed up the ranks. So, like, I just generally do not see closed pull request as a bad thing. And I'm just kind of saying, like, hey, you shouldn't see it as a bad thing either. Like, I can't change the way people perceive me closing their pull requests, but I can say, like, this is my expectation. This is what I mean when I close a pull request. This is nothing against you. What I want is for you to learn from this. Failure or rejection should not be seen as an end, but a step on the path of growth. This one I pulled. This is one I threw together. This was the stolen one. I mean, I'm sure somebody said something like this, but this one, I just did this one. Type says Derpy merged my first pull request. I'm still not a dev. You know, I think we're noticing a pattern here. If I close your pull request, you become a dev. If I don't, you don't become a dev. But I mean, sample size of 2. So. Doom says my first 2 pull requests were closed, and with good reason. They were terrible. And hey, you're still here. But that's the point. Like, anyone who's still actively contributing to the game has had pull requests closed. I'd be shocked if you could find one person who none of their pull requests have ever been closed. And is somebody who has contributed a lot. I'm sure you can find people who they've opened 1 or 2 pull requests, maybe 5, I don't know. Some like single-digit number, and they've all been merged. But like everyone's probably had something closed. Even I have closed my own stuff. Because I've decided, like, you know what, this isn't actually that good of a change. Okay, this one was closed because Warp's pull request took it. But I think it got changed anyway. This one was closed because honestly it wasn't the best implementation. I do want to revisit the idea behind it, but change it up when I do it to make it better. System-wide hazards. This one was closed because it sucked, but we made it better. Provide a different message if you receive negative credits for negative maintenance cost. We replaced this with a better one. This one I just need to get to. This one we did better. This one I'm going to pick pieces out of. This one we just closed. This one we did better. This one will be done better eventually. This one was done better and is still kind of being worked on. This one I think we also did better again. This one we're going to do better. Ditto. This one was done better by Peter by a mile. by like 10 miles. This one I think we decided wasn't necessary. What the fuck was it? Closing this in favor of 54-3. So we did it better. Like that's generally why mine get closed. This was back when I didn't know how to fix merge, like horrible merge conflicts. So I closed this one, opened this one. This one we decided wasn't necessary. This one I need to fix up and do better. This one was done better. This one kind of got tossed aside because it wasn't that big or important. This one was done better by Peter again. But if you go all the way to the back, I have ones that like this one MZ did better. This is some deep lore. I tried making mineable asteroids. As my first pull request, I was like, hey, I see that we want mineable asteroids. Let me try. Pull request 999. And you want to know how I did it? Okay, so they were jobs. They were ships. The asteroids were ships. We had some of the... How did these look? Copper. Gemstones, gold. These were just, like, pulled off of Wikipedia. These images. I made a mining laser with extremely low damage. But the asteroids had extremely low health. Like, look at that, one hull. So you could only mine asteroids with the mining laser, because everything else would just immediately destroy it. And then these would only spawn as a result of missions. You had to pick up jobs to get these things to spawn, and they would spawn randomly nearby. Almost like a bounty mission. They wouldn't even spawn in your system. Like, some of these, there were bounty hunters looking out for you while you were trying to mine things. This sucks. I'm so glad this didn't get merged. And then MZ was like, where's he at? Where's he at? Okay, it was originally an issue from Wurzel. Where's he at? Right here. I'm worried that if this was added to the base game as is, pretty much everyone would be disappointed. The players who want real mining would find disabling and boarding mechanism way too contrived, and the players who don't expect asteroids to be destructible would be confused about why some of them suddenly are. I'd rather spend the time to build out and implement a high-quality mining implementation with good mechanics than rush to add something that feels like a hack, which this absolutely was. This one got merged because it was just like a short, like basically a typo fix. But then my third one, my second big pull request, was like a set of missions that honestly didn't really fit with the game, so we got rid of them. And I've never arrived at that thing. But it's like, I kept at it. Where do we go? Make the flycatcher usable. MZ did this one better. These are some bug fixes. This one MZ did better, because I didn't even know how blocked worked. What I did was I made a separate mission that told you when you didn't have enough credits. This is for when you land on Alexandria. And it used to be, like, so there's that payment there, that negative payment. It would block you from getting the next mission if you didn't have enough credits, which somebody ran into. Which is the only reason why we realized, oh wait, there's no blocked message here. I made an entirely separate mission to offer when that happens. I didn't even know a blocked dialogue existed as a thing you could do. So he just went and did it. Just right there. Actually, that's an on-visit. That's not even a blocked. But still, I didn't know on-visits were a thing, is what it was. What else do we have here? Animated stars. I mean, this one I liked. I liked this one. I kind of wish we would have had it, but it is what it is. MZ didn't like it. So these were the animated stars. There's just a bunch of like random frames that get interpolated together, and then it loops. Some of them look better than others. But I think our stars now look pretty great. Now, funnily enough, the reasons on this one for why this wasn't merged are still used today for when we talk about certain things. What did he say? I really like the existing stars better. These are way too saturated. When you look at the sun in real life, you see a white disk, not a bright yellow one. These end up looking cartoony, and in my eyes, it wasn't even clear at first that the yellow circle on the title screen was supposed to be a star. Which, fair point. I think graphics like these might work better for red giants or other dim stars, but in that case, you'd want to include limb darkening, rather than having the whole disk of the star a similar color. I think one of the... So he closed that specific pull request, and then he closed the issue behind it, and said he was worried about animated stars and planets being too tacky, and he didn't want the backdrop of space to be too exciting. He wanted it to be sparse and empty, and not visually distracting. Yeah, we've kind of not done that, but the idea does hold. What the fuck was this new mineable type? Oh yeah, this one just got completely tossed. So minables don't just need to be asteroids. I'm going on such a long tangent here. Minables don't just need to be asteroids. So I was like, what if we had like debris of ships in certain systems? This was pretty big. 960. We put a lot of work into this one, and then never actually did it. Like this took so long to do. So like this season's gonna load. We had 60 frames for every ship. Not every ship, but every ship that we chose to make debris of. We had 60 frames showing it just spinning in space. Yeah, this isn't gonna load. Tossed it. It's like that's a weird angle of a barb. If I like jump ahead, it'll be a bit more obvious that it's a barb. But yeah, look at that thing. We like broke a bunch of the pieces off. On some of them, we mucked them up. We made It was a bunch of small ships like drones, fighters, interceptors, small transports, and freighters. Oh, we didn't even add the images. We had ideas for like damaged outfits that we were going to add. Like these wouldn't just drop metal and whatnot. They would drop damaged outfits, and you could take the damaged outfits and sell them for credits or whatever. But yeah, that's good. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop looking through my old pull requests now. But that kind of demonstrates that like I put a lot of time into some of those, and they got closed. At the time, I was like, yeah, sucks, but you know, MC's decision. Even some of them I closed because I was like, you know what, this is not as good as I thought it would be, and I got rid of it. Didn't matter that I put 12, 20 hours into it, whatever it might have been. It just wasn't good enough, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna learn from this, and I'm gonna move forward. Doom says, the life of a designer is no parade of victories. There are innumerable failures, but they must not stop us. Exactly. Rising says, it's a very strange way to do it, and Hector says, reopen it. It sucks as it can still be done. Ty says, why does that star not look round? It had some, like, fiery edges to it, that's why. Musa says, if it makes you feel better, one of the plugins I have installed uses your animated stars code / textures for a side mission, or even in the credits. Yeah, that's the funny thing, too. Like, people actually liked the animated stars, and they, like, I think I made it in a plugin, then somebody updated it later, so it, because I think, like, some of the syntax changed. But, like, that thing actually lasted a while. And like you said, it's, like, still used in some cases. Sarge says, honestly, I agree the animated stars may look tacky, yeah. Hector says, I would like to see ship salvage as a thing, though probably using the job system rather than a bit of a hack using minables. I see what you mean. Warp says, you should just reopen and merge them now. Clearly that would be a positive move. Yeah, I moved to the old animated... I used the old animated stars plugin. Yep. The problem with it was like it broke things. I think one of the updates it broke. Or something like that. And I was like, I don't really care enough about it to fix it up. Somebody else fixed it up. But then it would break any plugin systems because it replaced the default stars, I think. But you needed to add a frame rate on all of the stars in the map. But plugin systems, of course, wouldn't have those frame rates, so it didn't look good. Or something like that. But yeah. So there's your short history lesson of my failures. But yeah. Don't let it stop you. Onward to the next section. On choice paralysis and perfectionism. On the topic of pull request and ideas, it is far too often the case that we start talking about something, get 101 ideas about what could be done, and then never execute on any of them. Perhaps it's a discussion on how to change part of a pull request, or an idea that we have to improve the game with a collection of ways to actually implement it. Or maybe we have 2 ideas of how to do something, but can't come to an agreement on which of the ideas to choose. Whatever the case, we often become paralyzed by choice and fall into inaction. Moving forward, this is a scenario that we should seek to avoid. If we find ourselves at a crossroads, a decision should be made. No longer should we have pull requests sitting around for 3 months until they're closed, because there was a question that was left unanswered since week 1. Now, in choosing a path forward, it will very likely be the case that there will be those who would have preferred that the other path be chosen instead. Just as with how one should not have a personal vendetta around ideas being rejected, we should also not have personal vendettas around choices being made that we ourselves do not fully agree with. Stressing again that we are all here with the goal of improving the game and the ideal to do so as a cohesive group. This idea of avoiding choice paralysis is also closely related to the ideas about perfectionism that have been discussed over the years. Perfectionism not only in pull requests that emerge, but also in our development structures and processes. When it comes to pull requests, we should not be afraid to split pull requests or have follow-up pull requests that further expand upon a change. Perhaps the first pull request only gets us 50% of the way to our goal, but the 50% is better than nothing, particularly when reaching 100% in a single pull request is difficult. While we should still strive to do as much as we can within each pull request and hold them to high standards, we should also understand that developing things in parts is not a bad thing. When it comes to how we develop the game, I make no claim that our structure is absolutely perfect, but I'd say that it's still pretty good, that it works pretty well. There are certainly ways we could improve things, but sometimes we need to keep in mind that when changing the way we do things, to not lose what we had before. The quote, "what we have now works for 95% of the time," has been tossed around a few times. And a question I've asked in response is, how much effort are we really going to put in to shrink, not eliminate, that final 5%? And in trying to shrink that 5%, are we not more likely to lose part of that 95% somewhere else? The point with these questions is that it's sometimes better to roll with an imperfect system than it is to try and overhaul it and create something new with only a marginal chance of actually being better. Another similar line of thought is that we shouldn't be looking for ways to make our system perfect, but instead ask which imperfections we'd be fine dealing with. These are not statements that we will never change the way we do things, but a warning against drastic changes. We should always seek to improve how we develop the game, but not let a search for perfection blind us to the realities of development. It's just some ideas thrown out there, some thoughts to keep in mind. Musa says, if it ain't more than 5% broke, don't fix it. Yeah. It is how it is. So thoughts on that? Because I've seen at times suggestions of how we should change things up, and it's sometimes they feel pretty drastic. And my only thought is like, sure, maybe that fixes a problem, but how many new problems is it going to produce? Seems reasonable to me, says Hector. Yeah. Alright. We can move on from there. Rising says yes, acting like that would be beneficial. Alright, on hostility toward ideas. Being that this game is developed with the help and work of dozens of individuals, there are constantly ideas floating around for new content or mechanics, or changes to existing content or mechanics. Oftentimes, these ideas are discussed publicly on Discord or on GitHub before any actual work is put into making them a reality. But far too often, when someone is proposing an idea, the mere proposal itself sparks an unnecessarily inflammatory argument and debate. This doesn't happen a majority of the time, but it happens often enough to be an issue worth discussing. Zooming out, the basic development process for any idea is as follows. First, an idea is proposed either in public or in private. Second, work is done on the idea to refine and implement it. Third, a pull request is opened to implement the idea into the main game. Fourth, that pull request is reviewed. And then fifth, that pull request is either merged or closed. When I describe unnecessarily inflammatory arguments, I'm talking about heated arguments that occur at the very first stage of development in this list. An idea is proposed in public, and there are those who seemingly seek to strangle the idea in the crib before it even approaches the pull request stage. This is by no means the approach that any of us should have toward development. This creates a chilling effect on people proposing new ideas in public for fear of aggressive rejection, which only leads to the stifling of the development of those ideas. This is not to say the ideas cannot be debated early on. What this is to say is that once an idea is proposed, there is still a long road ahead of it before the idea actually becomes reality in the main game. While we should never be showing aggression towards others and their ideas at any point in their development, the aggression that is all too often shown towards ideas early on is especially pernicious and entirely unwarranted. None of us should have the idea in our heads that if we do not stop a bad idea early on, that it will never become, or that it will eventually become vanilla. Yeah. None of us should have the idea in our heads that if we do not stop a bad idea early on, that it will eventually become vanilla. That's the thrust of this. Because you can disagree with an idea when it's proposed. You can say why you think it's a bad thing. But you shouldn't be doing everything in your power to stop somebody from taking that idea and trying to implement it. Because it's still a long way to actually getting it implemented.
Musa says, I know that what you mean. Sometimes I want to yell at people to stop trying to add 20 different types of aliens and instead improve ones like the Coalition. Quick says, hey, let me add my T6 alien that I thought about 5 minutes ago. Yeah. I mean, you can, like, in a case of, like, that, you can tell people straight up, like, hey, that's not likely to happen, or this is why that's not going to happen. But you can't stop them from trying, really. So if somebody wants to go forward with an idea, then don't try and jump in their way and be like, no, don't do it. Doom says, okay, this one is a fair point. I know I've been guilty of this. Hector says, I do agree that showing aggression isn't necessary, but I don't necessarily think it's wrong to make it clear to someone that certain ideas are very unlikely to ever be considered. Yes. That's correct. This is not to say that ideas cannot be debated early on. I'm not really describing the development process and how that should go. I'm more so describing an issue I see with people stifling that process. But yes, early on, nothing wrong with telling somebody like, hey, it's very unlikely to actually happen. You should maybe aim your energy somewhere else. War, of course, says, what do you mean I can't add the open bracket F-Wajioa? Doom says, I think it's fair to outright say a flat, we aren't adding a new species above Tier 3 when one is proposed. No need to go further than that, really. Yes. That's the point. Politely tell someone, hey, this is why that's not going to happen. Or if it's just an idea you disagree with, say, this is why I don't think we should do that. They will probably push back and be like, no, this is why I think we should. But don't try and get into a big argument with them and be like, no, this is absolutely why it shouldn't happen. Sucks is me laughing in Roulette. War, of course, says, for example, these Watcher fellas. It's a hard no. And Actor says, so basically just don't be a jerk to people. Yeah, for the most part. So, Sog, now that we're talking about the Roulette, I think it'd be interesting if the Watchers described them as a cheap imitation of the Archons. What do you think? Wolko says it's not what they are. I mean, are they? Would Sog describe them that way? He says do it. Orb said it would be interesting to tell the truth, question mark. Yeah. So funny thing about the Relay and the Archons. So I'm a Destiny fan, alright. Last week, there was a new cutscene in Destiny that showed off the origins of the Witness, which is the main big bad in the game right now. And the Witness is the amalgamation of the consciousnesses of an entire civilization. And I saw that and I was like, damn, we did that. Warps his fucking catfish just into a Destiny discussion stream. Sog says it's a canon event. Musa says, from what I've seen in the Discord, some people forget that no one can stop you from making a plugin with whatever OP BS you want and adding it to Nexus mods or something. And if it's good people will play it. Instead, they try to make it vanilla and bitch and moan when they get told it doesn't fit in the game balance. Yeah. I mean, that's something I've said numerous times in the past too. Like, hey, even if we shoot down your idea for vanilla, can't stop you from making a plugin. And if all you want to do is just make something that you enjoy playing, a plugin is a great way to go. You don't necessarily need to have it be something that
everyone can play because it's in the main game. Like, sure, it's nice when people play your stuff, but vanilla is not the only path to people playing your stuff. Suggs says, Ayo? And Hector says, can we sue Bungie? I don't think we can, unfortunately. Suggs says, for some reason, a lot of people are offended if something doesn't get into vanilla, and they hate the idea of it being a plugin. Yeah, I don't know why, to be honest. Like, I can't make people think differently. I can just say, like, hey, I don't think you should have that attitude. It's not constructive, but it's on you to change your attitude. Hector says, there was that really weird mining pull request that someone made a while back when even MZ suggested it would work better as a plugin. Yeah. Do I need to make my own plugin so I can show people, like, hey, these are ideas that I don't think fit in the game, but I think are fun to do anyway? I'm not going to do it because it would take time away from developing the game and reviewing pull requests, but I've had a thought. Maybe doing it under a alter ego, so no one actually knows. Make it funny. Warp says, quote, a while back, quote, MZ. It's more than a while, dude. Warp says, yes, put the butter DA in it. Musa says, I think because the game is open source, people think anything can be vanilla. That's not what open source means. True, true. I said that at the start, or close to the start. And this guy is an open source game. This simply means that the game's source code is available for all to see. The fact that the game is open source creates no moral obligation about how we should or should not develop the game. And then down at community driven, the game being community driven does not mean that any and every issue or pull request will be accepted. This creates no obligation that most, some, or any contribution from an individual will be accepted. So yeah, just because we're open source doesn't mean, oh, you opened a pull request, we're going to make it into the game. So I get the idea of wanting something in vanilla that you have a lot of inspiration for, but not getting mad that it doesn't, and never doing anything with it after. Yeah. I get the idea of wanting something in vanilla, but I don't get the idea of getting mad that it isn't in vanilla, and never doing anything with it after. Exactly. Alright. Up next, on being community driven. This is another meaty one. As described in the definition of terms section, the term community-driven game applied to Endless Sky describes the nature of the game's development, where community members drive the development of the game through the creation of and discussion on pull requests and issues. Although developers do produce their own pull requests and are the ones who merge or close every pull request, a vast majority of the pull requests come from others, and a vast majority of development discussions about the game happen without developer involvement. At least up until those discussions lead to the creation of pull requests. In this manner, it is the community that is driving the development of the game via the pull request that they decide to open, and the ideas that they decide to discuss, and even the responses that they give on development surveys. This alone is what is meant when we call Endless Sky a community-driven game, and this term should not be twisted to suggest anything other than that. Never has the development of this game been done entirely by votes or consensus. Never have we suggested that everyone who attempts to contribute will have their contributions merged. Never have we suggested that every contribution, even from people who have contributed in the past, will be accepted. But there are those who have used the term community-driven to suggest that this should be the case when ideas have been shot down or pull requests rejected by a developer, whether they be their own or someone else's. Now, it might be that there are other games out there that describe themselves as community-driven and have very different systems of development than we do. I admit that the term community-driven can be very broad, but this is exactly why I'm strictly defining its use in this document, so that the term cannot be used as a weapon against the development team. Even insofar as the development team has a degree of autonomy when choosing what does and does not get merged, and it's not strictly held to getting a community approval or consensus on every matter, the development team still ultimately answers to the active community members. We interact with you on Steam, Discord, GitHub, and on streams. We hear out arguments and debates as to how people think certain ideas should be implemented. We speak with the relevant parties whenever a pull request is opened, which touches areas of the game that specific contributors focus on or have expertise in. Community sentiment on matters is taken into account. The development team itself has been built up over the years from community members. So to sarcastically say, I thought this was a community-driven game, or to use that concept as a whip when a developer rejects your idea is inappropriate and even insulting. So, yeah. I don't have much extra to say about this, other than just the gist of, please stop trying to use the term community-driven to force people to do what you want. There's a bit of irony to it, too, where it's like, oh, you have not accepted my idea, me, the individual, therefore you are going against the community-driven the community-driven spirit of this game. It's like, but you're an individual now, like... Are you saying you represent the community as a whole? Like, what is this? Musa says, the first pull request I made was just adding a Star Destroyer, and someone on Discord told me to make it a pull request. Some people are insane. Warp and Hector at the same time. I am the community. Yeah. But yeah, to describe the development team as tyrants or dictators, or say this is just Derpy's game, just patently false. I've had ideas of my own that have been shot down by people. I'll say, like, hey, what do people think about this? And people say, no, that's shit. And I'm like, alright. I've reverted my own pull request even after merging them. Because it's like, you know what? This didn't work out. I thought it would. I wanted to test it out. It didn't work out. You know what? It's gone. Musa says, see... You're being too polite in this doc. I'd just say, stop with being a backseat dev. Hector says it's very much false. Yes. Tybe says Z is the admin. It's clearly his game. Lewis says Scooch isn't Drac, which is kind of what I just did. But yeah. Lewis says, wrong, fool. It is I who control who's the devs, thus the game updates. Warp says he doesn't even like the game. Rough. Yeah, Doom says, please refrain from making personal attacks in stream chat. So true. Musa says, GitHub trembles before the iron fist, in parentheses, hoof, of the Derpy dictator. Sucks. His screeching in relay would sound like a choir going crazy, probably. Perhaps it would. Alright. Well, this idea of... that I just discussed of you as the individual do not constitute the community kind of leads into this next one on faction leads and ownerships. Or ownership, rather. So this is a fun one. Endless Sky is a large game, with more factions and storylines and facets to it than any one person can effectively develop all at once. Given that, we have built up a semi-official group of what we have called faction leads. Those being individuals who lead the development of specific factions in the game. In most cases, the approval of these faction leads have been sought out whenever a pull request is opened in their area, and a majority of the development of each faction has been undertaken by its lead. It was never the intention, though, for faction leads to have dictatorial power over their factions. For one thing, each faction is only a small part of a much greater whole that is the entire game. Any development that occurs within one faction must still conform to the broader game's story and lore. The development of any part of the game is also still subject to review from community members. If a non-insignificant number of people voice concerns over the work that a faction lead is doing, or the direction that they are taking their faction, then the faction lead should take those concerns into consideration. But if a faction lead consistently rejects such concerns, then that is grounds for developers to step in and make a decision, whether that be for or against the wishes of the faction lead. And should a faction lead consistently run counter to the development team, they must rethink their approach to the faction, lest they be removed as the lead of that faction. Faction leads are not a forever position that can't be changed. More generally than just with faction leads, it has been the case that many active contributors have an attitude of ownership over the changes they have had merged. Blech. Many active contributors have an attitude of ownership over the changes that they have had merged. Not to say that this is necessarily a bad thing. We should feel proud of the work that we have accomplished for the game, but it is absolutely possible for this to be something that becomes a bad thing. I'll use a hypothetical example to illustrate what I mean. Say Contributor X gets a pull request merged that adds new missions to the game. Now Contributor Y comes in and wishes to partially rewrite these missions and expand upon them. While it would be the case that Contributor X has an increased degree of sway as to what happens to these missions, Contributor X should not take the stance of, I made these missions and they're perfect the way they are, therefore Contributor Y is not allowed to change them. And we should not take this stance of agreeing with Contributor X just because Contributor X is the one who made the missions. This runs counter to the spirit of not only open source software, but also the community-driven aspect of the game. If Contributor Y changes, Contributor Y's changes, and additions are seen as an improvement by most, then those changes should be accepted. The attitude that Contributor X should have is instead one of humility. While the work being rewritten is Contributor X's, that work has been merged into the game, and is now free for anyone to request changes to. Each of us should not jealously guard the work that we have done for Endless Sky, but instead have an understanding that although the work is ours in the sense that we built it, it is no longer ours in the sense that we own it, and get to decide its fate, after it's been merged. Returning from this to the idea of faction leads, it has been suggested that we do away with the concept of faction leads who seem to be jealously guarding their work, and instead have the role of lore masters. The role, as Darcy defined, would have the say on what contradicts existing lore, but not have the authority over the direction of their purview. I will not at this moment endorse the idea of doing away with faction leads and replacing them with lore masters, but I do see the need for changes around how factions are developed, be that an attitude change in how faction leads should see themselves, or the creation of a new role with more well-defined powers and boundaries. Again, don't have too much more to say on top of what I've already said there. The central idea of this is this idea of jealous ownership over content. None of us should have that attitude. Once your content gets merged, it is now the game's content. It is no longer your content. At least in the sense of you don't have 100% say of what happens with that thing. The say is now the say of developers and reviewers and other contributors. I do think it is helpful to have the original writers say have a bit more weight to it. Because I do want to show respect to the people who have provided us great content. But that respect only goes so far. It does not give you unlimited power over the content you finished, that you've made. It gives you increased power, in a sense, but it's not unlimited. We still have to look at what is being provided by others and say, well, is this actually better? And that is up to developers and other contributors and reviewers to decide, not for the original contributor to decide. Lucia says, I love how sidetracked this stream keeps getting. It happens every time. Warp Course is not sure putting master in the name is going to do much to reduce the sense of ownership. R content, yeah. Wizard says, will this document be updated if/when you make a decision about faction leads versus lore masters? I think what's going to happen is I'm going to take this document and break it up into smaller pieces that are more specific to specific areas of the game, and those documents would be what gets continually updated when decisions are made or when things change.
Musa says, maybe an anonymous complaint form for faction leads. If one is being an ass in DMs, for example, it would be reported without fear of retribution. This has been discussed before, the concept of some anonymous Dropbox. If you have issues with somebody that CMs and or moderators could look at. Hector says, I think faction lead is a fine term. People just need to understand that it's a faction lead, not a faction owner. Yes. Lewis says, 24-hour stream? No, I have work tomorrow. Quick says, what would be the difference between a faction lead and reviewer if that's the case? Wouldn't they be the same? And Hector says, reviewers would have respect in a certain area across all factions. Faction leads would have a respect across all areas in one faction. Yes, that is, I think, the big distinction. Doom says, maybe use the term lead faction contributor or something else instead. We could. Warps the stream from work. Work stream vlog, a day in the life? I'm sorry, no. I think I would be breaking an NDA if I did that. Musa says, maybe emphasize that faction leads should be more like GitHub reviewers rather than trying to be judge, jury, and executioner on new content. Perhaps. Sox says, that's so derpy. He is having a vision about closing Osiris forecasts. Redacted stream, question mark. Perhaps. The other thing, too, is I work for, like, a relatively small company. As soon as I, like, start showing off my shit, my work, people are gonna find, like, the exact place that I live. You'll narrow me down to the town that I live in. I don't want to do that. I don't care, like, how benevolent any of you are. Someone's gonna use that for bad. Be that now or in the future. You've already doxed yourself, Warp says. I mean my name, but, like, don't go looking up my name. Sog is excited to DDoS yourself again later this month with me. Hector says, someone's going to toss a brick through the window. Merge my pull requests. Or else. Yeah, let's not do that. Alright. Up next, on those who leave. Over the many years this game has been in development, there have been a number of high-profile people who have, for one reason or another, decided to leave the development of the game. And unfortunately, the reasons for people leaving, whether well understood or not, have on a number of occasions been used as bludgeons in arguments. Insofar as this game is developed as a group, and has been developed over the course of many years, I believe that we should not bog ourselves down by constantly stewing on the past and those who have left. People will come and go over the years, but the development of the game will continue. That's the nature of online groups, and so I do not believe that people parting ways with the game should be seen as a necessarily bad thing. That is not to say that we should not learn and change from the reasons that people have left, but we do need to be able to understand when those reasons are valid concerns for us. Sometimes people leaving is a sign of a deficit in the existing system and suggests that we should change our approach. But other times, people leave because the direction they would like to see things taken is not the direction the game is going, and may even be counter to the current direction. In such cases, we should avoid appeasing individuals for the sake of keeping them in the game's development, or constantly digging up the reasons for people leaving when addressing those reasons would be destructive to our overall, or to our current way of doing things. That's just a very short section. I know Rising was in chat earlier. Welcome back, by the way. I don't think I greeted you when you returned. Oh, I don't know if Rising's still here. But, oh, you're still here. Awesome.
Yeah, Hector says Leafs around. Pretty sure they're literally hearing this right now. Yeah. This isn't just Leaf though. There's others who have left for various reasons, but yeah. I just feel like, sure, someone leaves, maybe we can talk about that for a bit, but we should not be constantly going back to, well, this person left for this reason and that reason, and you haven't, blah, 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 blah. It's like, that's just not helpful. It's more of this idea of stewing on the past, which we kind of talked about earlier, where I don't want to point to specific examples. I'm talking about Rising right now, because you're right here. But but I don't want to point to specific examples for why I'm writing some of what I'm writing. Because, like I said, we just haven't written any of this down before. So there was never any agreed upon way of handling things. So to stew on those past events just is not helpful. We shouldn't be looking back. We should be looking forward, you know? Kind of cliche, but another way to put it is, how do I want to describe this? So, have you ever heard of the concept of negative versus positive rights? Or a negative versus a positive vision? A negative right is not a bad right. It's a right that negates something. The right for something to not happen. Whereas a positive right is a right for something to happen. Don't want to get too into specifics. I don't know. Let's choose something random. Let's say like a car. The right to drive a car is... I mean, the difficult thing is you sometimes can word these different ways to change them to whether they're a positive or a negative right. Let's say the right to have a car. The right to have a car is a positive right. Because you're saying everyone should have a car. You're giving them a thing. The right to not get run over by a car is a negative right. Something like that. It's also sometimes put in terms of, like, freedom of speech is a negative right. Because it's the right for the government to not do a thing. But in the same sense of negative and positive, you can have negative and positive visions. A negative vision of the future is saying you want to negate something that is occurring right now. Whereas a positive vision of the future is saying you want to add to something that is happening right now to make it better. Not saying that negative visions are necessarily a bad thing to have. Sometimes you need negative visions of things and positive visions of things. But I think that looking at the past all the time and saying, like, oh, this person left for these reasons, that's kind of like a bad way of using a negative vision of the future. Like, oh, we need to stop people from leaving, like this person left. I'm not sure I'm explaining it in the best way possible. But the idea is just don't stew on the past, look to the future in a way. Don't say, oh, this person left, blame that on you. Say, hey, here's something we can do to help avoid people leaving for these reasons in the future. Hector says, sometimes people just leave. If someone recognizes that the direction that this project is going isn't the direction that they want it to go and choose to leave because of it, I think that's a commendable attitude. Yeah. But then, not naming specifics, I've seen people leave for that reason, and then that person leaving be used as, like, a bad thing. Like, oh, this person left. Why do you let that happen? Type of thing. Musa says, maybe instead of the document, new contributors should have to watch this entire 6+ hour stream before making any pull requests? No. Like I mentioned before, I want to take some of what's here, break it down into more focused documents, which themselves will also be more digestible. Not getting run over is negative. People not getting run over by cars is a negative thing, is what I'm hearing. You did it again. Warp and Hector saying the same thing. Sog says, yeah, my biggest concern about leaving is using it as a bargaining slash argumentative chip and not just respect to their decision. And Hector says, yes, that definitely should not be used as a bad thing. Yeah. And then also, something I said at the very bottom, we should avoid appeasing individuals for the sake of keeping them in the game's development. We shouldn't have people saying, like, oh, if this doesn't change, I'm gone. It's like, okay. Well, I don't think it's going to change, so... Like, sorry you feel that way, but... See ya. Which also leads nicely into the next section on Troublemakers. We have historically been very lax on Troublemakers when it comes to discussions on GitHub. Admittedly, that has been somewhat by design. I always hated overly oppressive rules and moderation in online communities, and so I have sought to allow discussions on GitHub to be as open as possible, even if that involves some shit-slinging. My expectation has been that if ever there was someone causing trouble, we could talk with them to work it out. Evidently, this is not working very well, as troublemakers continue to cause trouble, and those in the community who would like to see troublemakers be dealt with grow frustrated. When I say troublemakers, I'm referring to people who bully their way around GitHub. Troublemakers are people who start and or engage in inflammatory arguments. They are contributors who refuse to make changes that are asked of them by developers or changes from reviewers that have a large amount of support. They use GitHub like a chat room and make snide and informal remarks at others, instead of treating it like the more formal place that it is and the more polite place that it should be. They lash out when their work is altered in a pull request in a way they don't like, as described in the section above this one. This troublemaking behavior also displays itself on Discord, taking the form of hostility toward ideas that I mentioned in a previous section. I don't feel that we have anyone who always behaves as a troublemaker. If they do, they're usually gone anyway. But there are certainly those who are more prone to troublemaking behavior than others. Going forward, I believe that we should have a much stricter policy on troublemaking. I'm not sure on the specifics of what this policy would be, and I would like to have a larger discussion with others to define the specifics of what we see as troublemaking and how cases should be handled. One thing I am certain of, though, is that we should not be unwilling to excise troublemakers from the development of the game just because they provide useful contributions. We should not put up with inflammatory behavior just for the sake of good writing or code. If someone is consistently causing trouble, then they and their contributions should no longer be welcomed, at least for a certain period of time. Enforcement of these policies should be undertaken by existing moderators on Discord. We may also create a moderation force on GitHub, which may or may not contain members from the Discord moderation team. These moderators on GitHub would have raised privileges that allow them to moderate discussions on our repositories. While I don't want to create the overly oppressive atmosphere that I've sought to avoid, we do appear to be in need of more rules and enforcement to handle and avoid the various negative situations we've had over the years. So this is something that, this last paragraph specifically, is actually something that Hector talked with me about, like the other week? So Hector talked to me about how apparently there is a moderator role or like level permission on GitHub that we might be able to make use of in our organization. We could have people fill this role to basically help avoid these shit-flinging situations that I'm talking about, and to help steer conversations into productive territory, as Hector says here. So what are people's thoughts on this? I don't know who the moderators would be. Like I said, maybe they would be some of the same people from Discord. I don't know the specifics on how the moderators would act. That's something to be determined. But the question is on the concept of having GitHub moderators at all. And being more punitive toward troublemakers. Again, don't want to name names, but I have seen, like, stuff on GitHub where I'm just like, really, dude? Like, this is not the place for that at all. Just, like, throwing insults type shit. It's like, come on. I would tolerate that on Discord. Like, no lie, I would tolerate that on Discord. But there's something, like, more formal about GitHub that just makes that so beyond the pale.
Rising says that sounds like a good change. Hector says, I do have some people in mind that I think would be good fits for the position, but I haven't spoken to them yet about it, so I don't want to name names at this stage. Yeah. Lemuria says, does this mean increased Discord moderation, or does this only affect GitHub? A bit of both. The main thing is, anybody who's just like causing trouble in the development of the game. Like if you're constantly arguing with people or insulting people, maybe not even on like a consistent basis, but if it just happens every so often, but like consistently every so often, then that's definitely grounds for, if not discussion, just straight up punishment. Musa says, sounds good as long as people are trusted and active. Yeah. I'm not looking to install dictators here. I'm looking to find people who have a good sense of spotting discussions when they go awry. And if things continue to go awry when they step in, then handing out punishments as necessary. Hector says it's a very bad look for our community. A volunteer project relies on its volunteers. Someone looking at a project sees other respected members being toxic, and throwing around insults is probably not going to want to volunteer to be a part of it. If we start losing volunteers, the project suffers. Yes. Tybe says, at what point does shitposting turn into troublemaking? Well, here's the thing. You shouldn't be shitposting on GitHub. And it's not just shitposting. It is like just straight up insulting people sometimes. If not directly, then indirectly. Like I've seen comments that are like indirect insults at people. So unfortunately for some of you, I'm not talking about off topic. Maybe fortunately for some of you, I'm not talking about off topic on Discord. I'm talking about discussions on GitHub and discussions in content creating and artwork, and maybe endless sky chat that are development based. Hector says, I would expect that 95% of the time, all a GitHub mod would be doing is politely asking people to get back on topic and be productive. Yes, exactly that. Note too that I don't think that this is going to be something that massively changes things if we do have moderators on GitHub, because already a vast majority of the time, things are fine. It's just maybe like a once a month type thing, or maybe every other week, something happens where it's like, maybe even every few months, but things do happen where having a moderator, or at least maybe a few moderators in place to handle such situations would be beneficial. Hector says, I suspect actual moderation would be rare. Yeah. It's more like the threat of the stick is greater than the stick itself. Gotta keep people in line. Lemuria says, it is indeed rare. Look at the moderation log and see what the last action was. That log doesn't sometimes get updated, though. But overall, yes. But just reiterating the point up here, I'm not looking to make an overly rules-based or oppressive moderation situation. But we do need to be less lax in some areas. And I will say, because I know I've been insulted in the past, if anyone's out there who's like, oh, I insulted him, now he wants to add moderators to get rid of me. That's not it at all. That's not it at all. I don't care when people insult me, to be honest. It's like, I laugh most of the time. It's like, oh, that's funny. But it's still unbecoming of development to have that stuff out there. And I understand the optics, as it were, of having just open insults just lying around on GitHub. But for some people, it definitely affects them more than it does me. I've got very thick skin, but I understand that not everyone does. Not that I'm trying to make a hug box here, but We can perhaps make things a bit less prickly. Let's all insult Derpy, says Rising. The roast of Derpy. Moose says the Discord has more brain dead people than offensive ones. Sox, I've been saving this question for the end of the doc, but how do you plan to enforce a lot of this more strictly throughout the concepts in this document? I'd imagine there'll still be slips and ignorance of memes, unnecessary discussions, etc., especially on GitHub, and some don't care to adhere to a more strict type of development. Well, that's kind of where the moderation team type stuff comes in, and I do kind of comment on that in the very last paragraph, or not the kind of last paragraph of the last section, where I'm expecting things to go with this and how I expect this to be enforced. So I think we'll move forward from there then. Lemuria says, GitHub is kind of more exposed to the outside world, so people unfamiliar with the End of Sky community culture might make assumptions. So yes, I definitely agree with the efforts to moderate GitHub more. Lewis says, can I be mod? No. Alright. On being a lead developer. Now this is a bit more personal section. On a more personal note, I've been considered as, and used the term lead developer for some time now. But the role of lead developer is never something that was actually defined or voted upon. When DeHouch, Pointed, and myself were given right permissions to the game back in 2018, no one picked me specifically to be the one to lead everything. Lead developer is simply a title that has been bestowed upon me by others as the development team has grown. The earliest uses of the term were used to describe MZ. Even after we were given right permissions to the repository, MZ was still considered the lead developer for quite some time. It's only in mid-2021 where I'm able to find someone describing me as the lead dev, with uses of the term to describe me becoming more common in mid to late 2022. So overall, this is actually kind of like a relatively recent phenomenon. What exactly should it mean to be the lead developer, though? From my perspective, I see it as a first amongst equals role. From a development point of view, my powers on GitHub are no stronger than anyone else's on the development team. Each of us are capable of doing the same things. We're each able to make decisions on which pull requests are merged or closed. But at the same time, I understand that my decisions are perceived as having greater weight. The choices I make shape the choices of the development team. Individual developers will come to me for second opinions on pull request. I'm not ignorant of the fact that I'm the one who sets the release dates, which are perhaps the only real deadlines in the development of this game. Even outside of the development team, the things I say and the ideas I discuss influence the direction of contributors, what they work on, and how they work on it. Contributors come to me to mediate development-related disagreements. For any disagreements to escalate up the hierarchy, I'm the one that often has the final say. The title lead developer holds a lot of weight. I'll admit that I haven't always carried it well, but I've at least sought to improve over the years. I don't see myself quitting anytime soon. So going forward, how should the lead developer be seen? Among the development team, I think that what we have going on right now is pretty good, especially as some of our devs mature into the role and take more independent actions, as opposed to reaching out to me for help. You may have noticed that my contribution to version 0.10.2 was a single commit, plus some behind-the-scenes assistance. Everything else, from release notes, or like patch notes, the release announcement, all that, other guys took care of that, like Zog, Warp. Quick and MCO have already been the ones actually pushing things to Steam in the past, but like, I just kind of gave things thumbs up. I was like, yep, patch notes was good. Yep, here's the one commit that I wanted to fix. Fixing my own bug. Going forward, I'd like to decrease the gap between myself and the other developers by having them take the lead on stable releases and do other such things that historically have been stuff that I primarily do. Among contributors, I'm aware that I can't just snap my fingers and say, look at me differently. But one idea I will say that I'd like to see change is the approach that many have toward the ideas that I talk about implementing. For example, I've had a number of people tell me, on more than one occasion, that when I say something to the effect of, I'd like to see XYZ happen, or I want to add ABC to the game, many people take that as me saying that I will do those things myself, and therefore they are off limits for contributors to try. That should by no means be the case. I have hundreds of ideas that I'd like to see worked on for the game, and I like to discuss the ideas that I have. But me discussing ideas is not me staking claim to the implementation of those ideas. If I say I'd like to see something be done, don't be afraid to take the ideas that I discuss and run with them. My time is limited, and I can't possibly get to every idea that I talk about. The odds of me getting to everything I mention anytime soon are incredibly slim, so the random new story or mechanic ideas that I throw around should be seen as directions to travel, not roadblocks to take detours around.
If you're ever in doubt as to whether an idea is open, please talk to me about it. If I see that someone is interested in implementing something that I've talked about, I'll likely go more in depth with you as to what I'm thinking, giving you even more material to work with. Keep in mind, though, that not every idea I talk about is something that I expect to actually see merged. Just like anyone else, I have loads of ideas about things that could be added to the game, but sometimes in investigating those ideas, how those ideas would be implemented, I find out that they wouldn't actually work as well as I thought. Overall, while I see myself as an important figure in the development of the game, I don't want to be seen as divine or unquestionable or without fault. Lead developer isn't a role I asked for, it's one I tripped into as a consequence of being so active in the game's development. At the end of the day, I'm just another guy working to add to and improve Endless Sky. So please stop deifying me. So yeah. Any comments on that? That's kind of everything for me to say on this. I don't have anything extra. It just, like I said, I never decided to become lead dev. It was just, there were 3 developers, and I happened to become the most active out of the 3 of them. And then people said, oh, hey, he's the lead dev. I was like, all right. But then that kind of became something bigger than I was expecting over time. But yeah.
MCO says, wow, you're still here. Good night, Derp. Good night. Musa says, also, is demotion a thing? If a viewer is a dumbass several times, do they lose access? Or is it a ban or a timeout type of thing? Hector says, generally people just leave rather than be demoted. So that kind of gets back to something I mentioned when I was talking about the reviewers. The power that the reviewer holds should come from their merit, not from their title. If, for whatever reason, a reviewer starts giving bad reviews, yes, we should remove the title of reviewer from them and demote them. What they decide to do with that is up to them. But I don't think we should be like... Or actually, hold on. That's different from what you're asking. If a reviewer is a dumbass several times, do they lose access? Or is it a ban or a timeout type thing? So are you referring to not like bad reviews, but like bad behavior as a reviewer? In that case, yeah, I think that's still grounds for demotion. Because that kind of gets along with the idea that I mentioned of, I don't care how good of work you do. If you are inflammatory and just generally bad to work with, then I don't want your stuff. Like, I don't want to put up with that type stuff. Time says, mod log has been broken for months, and the mods seem to refuse posting there manually after punitive actions, even when they were told the bot didn't do it for them. Personally, I think all punitive action should be noted there, even if not all wormhole stuff. It should, yeah. Kind of need to whip the mods into line there. I don't know what's up, though. Which bot are they using? Because I checked. I tested Brigbot, and if you use Brigbot, it works. It logs the message. Although I think Brigbot's... now that I say that, I think last time I tested it, the roles were broken. So what Brigbot's supposed to do is give you the... It removes all your existing roles, then give you the mute role. And then when the timeout is up, it removes the mute role and gives you back all the roles you had before. I think when the time was up, it gave back the existing roles, but didn't remove the mute role or something stupid like that. I was like, come on, this is the whole reason I got this bot to begin with. If you're referring to James not logging anything, I don't think that's ever been the case. And if anything's done manually, that's always been needed a manual logging. Hector says, reducing our bust factor is good. Mm-hmm. Musa says, I think making this document solidifies your high position in the eyes of the comic contributor. It absolutely does. Like, at this point, there's no arguing that I am the lead developer. Because who, if not the lead developer, would have the authority to make a document like this and have it be, in some sense, binding? So, like, I literally thought about that when writing this. I was like... I mean, even if I want to reduce the responsibilities in some sense, or the mystique of the lead developer. Still the lead developer. It's like it's inarguable when I'm the one making stuff like this. I will say it's, insofar as it's a role that was never voted upon, it can also be fluid. If for whatever reason I disappear, and then Warp steps up, Warp could be lead dev. Sonic says, Derpy, can you sign my firstborn trial? Rising says, Derpy is not a god, confirmed. Hector says, I think us as a community would do well to stop treating lead dev as the sole arbiter of conflict. Yeah. Sonic says, hey, it's my favorite track again. Hector says, James, I believe, was used mainly for purges and wormholes. Yeah, I don't think that logs. Tyler says, I think Galactic / Brigbot was also broken. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I think... Actually, yeah, when I last checked, the settings were fucked up. I think because they changed to / commands instead of the prefixed commands. I updated them, so they should be working now. Sox says, the fuck? Warp ain't gonna lead anything except the blah 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 blah. The keyboard smash. Lemuria says, can I be the lead dev for the Unvui Uru Wubavu? Oh no. Warp has competition now, says Sock. Alright. Let's truck forward from there. We're nearing the end. There's this section, the next section, then the addendum. On hierarchy and organization. The various community members who have organized into roles form a hierarchy. The purpose of this hierarchy is to help facilitate the development of the game, and therefore the hierarchy itself should be capable of shifting to best fulfill that goal. Not only shifting in the sense of moving people in and out of roles where they provide the most benefit, but also adding and removing roles where we feel that a new role is needed or that an old role is no longer necessary. Merit and competence should be the driving forces of our hierarchy. The role that someone is given is an acknowledgement of one's merit. The role itself should not be seen as where the power is derived from, but the merit by which that role was gained. For example, the review role is an acknowledgement of one's ability to provide good reviews on certain topics. The weight that one's feedback carries in being a reviewer comes from their ability to provide good reviews, not from the title of reviewer itself. And as mentioned earlier, if someone had at one time been given the role of faction lead, but they have grown derelict in their duty, then the title that they were given should no longer be seen as valid and should be stripped. Insofar as someone has been given a role through merit and that person fulfills their role, the power that that role provides should be respected. One can argue on certain points, but what we should not have is constant ankle biting and bickering. Now, this idea does impose duties on those who have been given roles. I make no claim that myself or others have been perfect in the execution of our duties in the past, nor do I expect perfection in the future. What I do expect is that, with the duties of each role concretely defined, each person given a role gives their best, honest effort to fulfill their duties, and others respect those people for the duties that they fulfill. This is kind of a summary, of a sense, of various points that I've discussed throughout this. I referenced faction lead stuff. I referenced reviews and approvals and how developers should behave and reviewers should behave. And of course the definition of roles section and how that all goes. And Troublemakers. But the idea there is just like, if you're arguing with a developer at a certain point, it's a developer. Like, they're in their position for a reason. Now, of course, this is like the idea of respecting the person and their role. That is only insofar as that person fulfills their duties. So, which again gets back to the idea of somebody's derelict in their duty, then they kind of lose the respect that the role gives them, or that they gained. But
the main thing here is there is a degree of ankle biting and bickering that I would just like to see stop. So this is kind of a an abstract section when it comes to talking about merit and competence and duties and respect. But that's how it came to me. So I was like, I'll just type it like this. I'm sure this can be described in a better way than what I've done here. Hector says, I think arguing with a developer is fine, but arguing with a developer team is, at that point, kind of pointless. Yeah, if there's like 3 of us in agreement, you kind of shit out of luck there. Which is something I feel like we need to be doing we, the developer team, to do a bit of a better job of, is like showing our agreement with one another. Because we have our own room on Discord and we'll discuss things. And sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I agree with your take on this pull request. But we don't always say that on the pull request itself. That like, hey, I agree with this. Sometimes just the +1, the thumbs up on the comment is enough. But sometimes it helps to also be like, jump in and like, hey, also agree with this. This is my thoughts, yada yada. So says, if I have to be honest, we take quite a decent amount of time agreeing on things. Hey, look at that. You talked about it as I typed this. Yeah. Musa says, so basically everyone is equal at first, but it's your accomplishments and contributions that give you rank. Yes. We're not looking for a nepotism thing here. And and like I said too, we should be comfortable with moving people around. Even the dev team. Let's say, for whatever reason, I don't know. I'm not going to pick a specific name. Let's say for whatever reason, one of us is like, you know what? I just don't feel like being a developer anymore. Just not liking it. Maybe they can say, you know what? I'll take a break for a few months and then come back. But let's say they just don't come back. Or they come back and like, you know what? Yeah, I'm done. Kick them. Like, all right. Thanks for your time. Appreciate the contributions you provided. And be on your way. We don't want to keep people in roles just because they were in that role before. Therefore, they should always be in that role. Moose says, demote Warp. Who needs him? Lemuria says, close the gate. Don't let Derpy leave. Tyves says, is there a dark mode on Google Docs? No. So says it usually starts with a small comment until enough pestering or pushing of a discussion is had where more answers are given. Hector says, there should always be what the argument, or that should always be what the argument is. This isn't a dev decision, this is a dev team decision. Correct. Sonic says, I've been thinking of going through some relevant pull requests and pinging devs for thoughts on whether or not something is something we want to have as part of the game or not. Hector says, it's not X dev didn't like this pull request and so it was closed. It's the dev team didn't like this pull request, so it was closed. Yes. It's note 2, we're not like always 100% in agreement. But something I've said before is, even if I don't agree with a developer's decision, I trust their judgment. The current team of developers, I believe, aside from Tahouch and Pointed, I've approved every developer. And myself, of course. Which kind of also lends itself to being the lead dev if everybody's only here because I let them be here. But I didn't choose people that I thought would be popular, even if I didn't like them. I chose people I thought I worked well with. And that, for the most part, are kind of aligned with me. Maybe not entirely, but a majority of the time. Because what we definitely don't want is dev team infighting. That'd be the worst. I posted this quote before, but Hector said something to the effect of, it seems like the only people who are getting along is the dev team. And I'm like, well, this is better than nothing in a sense. It's probably like the best we can ask for is like a coherent dev team. I'm just trying to take that coherence that we have and expanding that outward. Rising says Dehouch showing up every so often, Dehouching me. Yeah. I mean, Dehouch is kind of in there as like a legacy thing at this point. I very much want him to return. But I'm not going to say we should kick him just because he hasn't returned. Because like that guy's done enough that it's like he kind of earns the position of just like permanent dev until further notice. So, because we might not be 100% in agreement all the time, but the issue I feel is we're too kind of, I don't know, maybe, or tangential discussion, kind of like what was mentioned earlier with approving pull requests. Yeah, I see what... Yeah, I think we do need to be a lot more firm in our decisions. We can't just be like, oh, I don't know, maybe we do this, maybe we don't. Like, no, we're the dev team, we're the decision makers. We need to be capable of making decisions. Even myself, I've been able to, like in the past, I've been wishy-washy on things. I've tried to stop that being the case. Or at least reduce that being the case. When I make a decision, I want to be able to say firmly, I'm making this decision. This is how I think it should be. I don't want to be like, well, it could be this way, it could be that way, but like, I mean, if you convince me one way or the other. Like, honestly, obviously, I'm still open to convincing one way or the other, but I'm not going to be so wishy-washy in the way I describe how I think things should be. Because that's just kind of, in a sense, it's a sign of weakness. It's like, you don't want to open yourself up to that type of stuff. Hector says, Dehouch should probably not be a blocker on pull request, though, when he shows up once a year. I just like a pull request and vanishes. Yeah. Or at the very least, we should give him time after any time he shows up and then vanishes. Like, if he said he doesn't like it, and then we give him like a month or two or whatever. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, at a certain point, we can't just wait on Dehouch to show back up. We have to be able to look at what Dehouch said and, to the best of our ability, make sure the pull request is changed to meet what he described, and then dismiss his review and go forward with it. Musa says the Great Wall of Dehouch. Right? It's just, he returns after another year and tells you what to change. Mm-hmm. Dev infighting question mark? Says Zog in the dev room. Warp Course says, talk less, smile more. Don't let them know what you're against or what you're for. Hector says, I'm always smiling, 24/7. I never stop smiling. Even when I'm asleep, I'm smiling. What is this, we happy few? Lemuria says, and then 7324 breaks, so now I don't know when Dehouch will come, since the date is unreadable. Is it broken right now? It better not be. Alright, well, one final large section to go as we approach the 5-hour mark. The path forward. While there's boundless to be many more topics that I could speak on, I believe that the topics discussed here cover sufficient grounds. But where does that leave us? Going forward, I would like us as a community to do the following. First, actually these are not in any particular order. It's just whatever order I wrote them in. Take the role definitions from this document and create a companion document that perhaps describes them in more detail while also being kept up to date with any future changes. This document should list the members of each role so that there is no confusion over who is considered what. If there is an area where a developer or a reviewer specializes in, that should perhaps be described in the document alongside the user's name. This document could perhaps also describe specifics on the use of issues/pull request labels on GitHub, as there are specific labels that we say are reserved for developer use only. Somebody mentioned that. Hector mentioned that at the very start almost. In the notes of the definition of the admin role, I noted that the massive power of the role necessitates a discussion necessitates a discussion around the use of that power in many cases. I'm aware, though, that not all actions an admin could take need necessarily be discussed. We should create a more in-depth understanding of the capabilities that an admin has that no one else can do, and decide which actions can be taken without approval, as I understand that having an admin need approval for absolutely everything is paralyzing. There could very well be things that is fully appropriate for an admin to do without approval. Finish the content creation guidelines document that I started some time ago. For those who have not heard of this document, a link to it can be found, in its current state can be found here, and that I pulled up earlier. Create an FAQ of sorts on topics that have been requested numerous times but rejected, along with the reasons why they were rejected. For example, realism-based requests. The reason for rejecting such pull requests and issues could include a distinction between realism and internal consistency. Similar to the code style document that MZ made, create a content style document that outlines how game content should be structured. All existing wiki pages on GitHub should be updated to conform to this style guide, such as by ordering mission child nodes in the same order that the style guide orders them. Update the document the development roadmap page on GitHub, on the GitHub wiki, or replace it with a project page to actually match the current plans of the development team. This roadmap should be constantly updated by the team to appropriately shape the expectations of the developer base. So oftentimes we say, oh, I plan to get to this at this date, or by this release. Sometimes we get to it, sometimes we don't. But we want some sort of roadmap that shows that information. Because another thing, too, is we'll say things, but not everybody sees it. We want everyone to know what we're doing, what we're planning, where we're going. So that's something that the development team should put together, figure out how best to do that, and of course talk to you guys and be like, hey, is there anything missing here that we could do better with this? And then, of course, you guys should be keeping us to account when it comes to updating any of this. If you feel like we're not updating enough, kick us in the ass. Create a document describing the expected development process, that being how we expect the creation, review, and merging or closing of pull requests to be handled. This document should also describe our unstable and stable development cycle, including what types of pull requests are merged for each. Create a release procedure and checklist document to ease the release of new updates. Discuss the potential creation of a GitHub moderation team and written policies around discussions that occur on GitHub. Something else that was discussed during this, update the glossary page, or glossary wiki page on GitHub, or create a separate glossary page for the terms defined in this document, alongside any other development-related terms, as the existing glossary is very gameplay-focused. All of the above documents should be accessible to all users on GitHub. Although I am describing the creation of a large number of documents, I'm not expecting that most people, particularly new developers, will read through all of them. The purpose of having such documents, though, is to have something to point to in the case of disagreements. Circling back to the idea laid out in the introduction of this document, many of the disagreements that have occurred over the years have been a result of differing definitions, or ideals, or expectations. In defining all of these things and more, any future disagreements will be more easily resolved, allowing us to focus on the development of the game instead of bickering among community members. So let's say a disagreement happens in the future. Either we have a document describing that situation, in which case we can point to the document and say, like, hey, this is how we do things. Then the discussion either changes to, okay, I agree, or I disagree with the document, we should change it this way, in which case we have a discussion based around whether we should be changing the documents. Or we point to the document and people were like, hey, or I don't like any of this, and they just leave, in which case, easy for us, I guess. And then the final case is we, in the future, find a scenario that we find isn't covered by the documents, in which case we should be updating our documentation to cover that scenario. Doom says, gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. Rising says Azure dies. Azure crying right now. Pharaoh dead too. Time says, ooh, a style checker would love that. Yeah. Referring to the content style guide. Mm-hmm. Sark says they can't actually die, otherwise they'd be realistic. Hector says we can fix that. Tybe says, by the way, why is Derpy talking to my left ear now? Okay, it seems to only be a Tybe issue. Quick says, hey, I created a release procedure already. Well, let's put that up on GitHub, if it's not already. Alright. Is there anything that anybody feels we're missing? I know we discussed a couple of things during the process of reading through all of this that maybe we could add here, but this is definitely a lot to do. I'm not going to make this my only focus going forward until this is all done. I do actually want to get back to reviewing pull requests because I've been working on this whole thing for the past month and change. But I understand that it's kind of a necessary thing to do because of the repeated issues that have occurred. Type says, was there anything about creating repositories and managing projects under the organization? So for the projects, that was mentioned slightly under the admin responsibilities. Modify the visibility of projects when necessary. Because it seems to be the case right now that developers can create projects, but only admins can modify the visibility of projects. Which feels very weird. I feel like we should look into seeing if there's a way to not have that be the case. But as for the creation of repositories, that kind of falls into this otherwise. Otherwise do that which cannot be done by anyone else when necessary. That kind of falls into this category. It's very much of a catch-all. But it is something that I also described down here as we should figure this out a bit more. Because I linked that list of permissions that admins have that other people don't. But we do want to figure out, okay, which one of these do we actually want to use and how? Hector says, definitely think this was necessary. Yep. Hope my hard work does not go to waste. Musa says, maybe an on-moderation section when GitHub moderators are a thing. That would lay out the rules. Again, I think that I kind of mentioned at the start, maybe this document changes. I should probably change that. I don't think this document is actually going to expand in the future. I might touch it up in the near future. But I think what we should do is actually split things off of this and create specific documents on specific topics. So like we would have a specific page on GitHub that says, hey, here are the rules of discussion and how the moderators will enforce them. I don't think it makes sense to throw everything continually into this document and expand it over time. Rising says, getting late. Bye, folks. See ya. But yeah. Hector says, I feel like there's very, very little that an admin should be doing without a discussion ahead of time. Yeah. I think for now, it should be like nothing. At least until we figure out, like, what do we want either way. At the moment, it should be, admin should not do anything without approval of some sort, or discussions of some sort. Type says, I think it could use some guidelines about when these actions are necessary. Referring to the admin actions or GitHub moderator actions. Admin actions, says Tybe. Yeah, we would, of course, have some sort of guidelines on this as well. I mean, the main thing with everything here is if you say, oh, we should have something on this, my answer is going to be yes. Like, if it is something that could at any time cause disagreement or arguments among ourselves, we should write it down. If we can ever imagine that in the future there would be questions about the use of moderation of admin powers, we should write that down now. Hector says, I mean, like, if people start spamming our repo with porn links or something, I think it's fair for an admin to start deleting and banning them. Yeah, of course, of course. Lemurio says, I'm leaving too. Rest of the day calls. Hopefully this manifesto doesn't reach the length of the entire U.S. Code while I'm away. Bye. All right, see ya. Musa says, my idea is, you know how on Discord there's a rules channel? There could be a higher rules channel that unlocks when you get a GitHub admin Discord role. The problem is that locks things to Discord. I don't want this to all be on Discord. I want this to be on GitHub. Because GitHub is our place of development, therefore all of our development, or most of our development resources should be on GitHub. Really all. Discord is more of a place that development occurs, but the final destination is GitHub. And like was mentioned earlier, not everyone is on Discord. Therefore, we would be doing a disservice to contributors if everything, or even like some stuff, was only on Discord. Hector says none of the current admins really use Discord. That too. None of the 3. 2 of which are inactive. Types of stuff like when are new teams created, when are new people added to the organization, how are repositories created, archived, deleted, etc. Yes. That type of stuff would be thrown down. Musha says true, just an idea. Alright. Alright. And finally, Addendum. I want to take this stream, upload it somewhere other than Twitch, and then timestamp every single one of the topics that we just went over. Every single section. And so I thought about making an abridged version, but now I'm thinking against it. I think I might just, yeah. So I had down here an abridged version of this document, which boils down each section to its central points for easier reading can be found here. And then in parentheses, work on this later. I almost don't want to spend time on doing that. I want to take, because like some of these things, I'm saying like, hey, take something from this document, put it somewhere else. Take something, update another document, same thing down here. Take something that we have here, put it somewhere else. And I think that I think it's helpful to have the full thing, because each of these kind of flows into the next in some sense, at least most of the time. And I like to have the full detail, the full picture there, as I'm painting it, to give people a better idea of what is meant. I feel like I'd almost do a disservice to try and boil this down to an abridged version and be like, okay, this is the main thing. Because we might lose resolution there that I don't want to lose. And if anything else, if for whatever reason somebody felt like they weren't understanding a section, well, then they could just go to the link, watch the short section that talks about that topic. Because watching each or listening to each section is going to be a lot quicker than reading through it and trying to understand it yourself, I guess. Warp says have fun with that. Doom says Wasp in room. I'll need to rewatch the last 20 minutes. Damn. There's a Wasp in your room? Oh my gosh, a syndicate ship? You're so lucky. Hector says, yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah. Musa says, we could make this a choose-your-own-adventure book or something. You mean just add it to the game? Just add it to the game. Give you a choice of where to go next. Musa says, summary. Warp sucks, derpy, tired. Don't be open source, idiot. Yes, that's exactly what I said. Alright. So we made some changes. Where's it sitting at now? Still 23 pages. Character count went up. What did we add? Like 2,000 characters? But yeah. So like I said, I'm going to make this public now that I'm talking about it. Where should I link this? I don't want it to just be Inner Circle. Gray says, Derpy has appeared with the document, TM. Yeah, this is a long one, Gray. I'll drop it in dev resources. I think that's an applicable room. Doom says, there isn't a Wasp in the room anymore. There was for the last 20 minutes, hence why I wasn't able to pay attention. Pay full attention to the stream. Musa says, you wrote the manual not being a dumbass developer. Hector says, probably on GitHub, I'd say. Rules channel, maybe? Nah, not rules. Where on GitHub? How on GitHub? Just the link? Discussion page? Should I open a discussion about it? Or would a wiki page be better? Sark says, nah, it's not really rules enforcement. Yeah. Musa says, put in the readme. Nah. Hector says a discussion. Okay, I'll put it in a discussion and then also link the discussion in the development resources. Polls. Alright, announcements? Should I make it an announcement? Sure. New discussion. Can people even respond to announcements? There was like no responses to this one. Oh, there they are now. I was looking at this earlier and I was like, why is there no one responding? Doom says discussions seem to be the standard for putting up large documents on GitHub. Makes sense. But I do think ultimately when we make the other documents, those should be either on the wiki, just like markdown pages on the wiki, or they should be, yeah, they should just be markdown pages on the wiki. I was going to say, or like we make PDFs and put them in the in the repository itself. Yeah, Hector says, I could maybe see parts of this going to the wiki, yeah. Alright, I mean, is there any other, what do we have? Team posts? Is this only specific teams can see this? It's not ideas, lore, polls, Q&A, show and tell. Yeah, announcements is the best category for this. Endless guy development. Quick says, should we wait on feedback of others first that couldn't participate in this stream? Wait for feedback for what? I think before making new documents, yes. Before making this announcement, no, because where else are they gonna get the get the document? Yeah, Hector says, I think this post is the invitation to give feedback for those who couldn't participate. Yes. Discussion pages are open for comment. So, people can post on this if they see fit. And the Sky Document Development Manifesto. Should I just copy paste? Let's go. How's that sound? Just copy the first paragraph, kind of outlining the problem, and then saying, hey, I wrote a document, it can be found here. Please provide feedback. Derpy doing clickbait on GitHub. Quick, that is on my mind. I don't want to put that in the document though. That kind of comes. This is a part of that, is what I'll say. This is a part of that. Reading the. You all just got a sneak peek at my response to something Quick said in the dev room, but you will never know what he said. Hector says, I'm sure there are some which will dislike the content of the manifesto on a fundamental level, and the feedback will be, this should just be completely changed to fit my feelings on the matter. Which is basically what I said at the start. Like, I fully expect that some people will not like this. But I'm prepared for it. So, it is what it is. Please provide feedback as this document will inform future development of the game. Start discussion. Alright, and then let's take this, and I'll put it in dev resources. I think the document is available on this discussion page. Discussion on GitHub. Quantum gave it the hooray react. Sock says I'm gonna lock it and archive it. Time says, please provide feedback. Could probably use some more work. Is that extra bit I added fine? Because I don't know if you posted that before or after I added this. Doom says, shaking my head, we should have opened 17 pull quests during the stream so that this could be done. Or this could be number 9,000. Time says, yeah, you already refined it? Okay, cool. Alright, well, it's been just over 5 hours now, so I said if we had extra time that we would do some review. We don't have extra time, really. But, I can give you a sneak peek of what I was planning to get to. So we have 36 pool quests that have been open, that are older than this year. I added 18 of those to my tabs. I wasn't expecting to get through all 18 in a single stream. It'll probably take some time. Some of them most definitely need reviews here and there. But I wanted to finish up Quick's spaceport, custom spaceports. On last check, there was a bug that was making it just like not display the spaceports for some reason. I want to look at Hurl's taking ships via missions, because that's a big one, and his government restrictions to prevent, if I remember correctly, prevent certain governments from accessing systems by sending their fleets there. We have Todd's limited arc of fire of turrets. Warp's support for the add and remove keywords in outfits, allowing plugins to more easily override default or vanilla outfits. I wanted to ask about Kaol's gamepad controller support. I don't really have any controller I could use for this. So I just want to know, how interested are people in this? And is anyone able to test this? Because I cannot. Then Kaol also had this kind of quality of life related change to the shipyard to be able to sell a ship but keep all the outfits and send them to cargo or storage immediately. Is Lemuria still here? Because I did want to look at this. Your date format pull quest. I kind of went back and forth on whether or not we should have this be a preference. Something I will say, I know this has changed. Can you please update the images in the... No, I think they left. Oh, damn. Alright, well, when he sees the replay, please update the images, because I'm pretty sure these are out of date. Or at the very least, the first one is. But I would like to finalize this. We have Leafs change to actually not make the hardpoint display overflow the screen. I do not want to see this as an invitation to add accessible vanilla ships that have so many hardpoints they can kick onto a next screen. But this is nice for development purposes of ships that are like this. Coroners allow escorts to hold fire. On last check, there were some changes that needed made. It looks like there are conflicts. It's been a hot minute, so this might be one that we just make our own edits to, instead of waiting on the opener of the pull request. This one, adding the total energy/heat production to the ship info panel, and support for advanced shipyard stats. I do want to take a look at this one, and figure out, is this directionally what we're going for when we say support for advanced shipyard stats? Is this how we want it to look? I believe this may be another case of... Maybe not. It looks like this was updated relatively recently. But, whatever the case. We'll look at that. And then, I think this was one that I told Warp, like, hey, can you make these changes? He has not done it. But I wanted to look at Warp's pull quest where it warns the player when you can't carry certain things. Warn the player when taking off with outfits they can't carry. I think right now they just get sold. Which, we should give you a warning there. This one is one that's been kind of orphaned. It improves the movement of ships with reverse thrusters. And there is a video here that does look a lot better. So this is the new code. Actually, I think it's old, new within the same. This is old? I'm guessing? Oh, wait, no, whatever. Anyway. Oh, no. So, yeah, this is new. This is old. Like, it does this weird, like, circle thing first. And then it's pausing for some reason. Oh, I think it's just showing off the circling. Yeah, like that. Why would you turn around? Just use your reverse thrusters. Okay, this Emerald Sword is having a bad time. Yeah, so this new code does look much better behaved. But this is one that also needs updates. So we might just do this ourselves. Don't cache angle unit. This is one I asked if anybody could profile. Because the OP says profiling shows that uncached version is twice as fast. I was like, well, can you show the profiling? This guy gave an explanation for why it might be the way it is. OP said, I'll profile it later. This week, depending on time. That was 7 months ago. So, I don't know if anybody's able to profile this. If not, I'm just probably just going to close it and mark it as orphaned. Because I don't want to make a change that we don't actually understand whether or not through testing it's actually helping. I can understand why it might be better. But I want to see the hard numbers on that it is better. Rising's fade out modifier for projectiles. So this makes it so that you can give a modifier to projectiles so that they don't just flat out disappear. Like right now, if a projectile reaches the end of its lifetime, it's gone. It just disappears. This makes it so that they have a bit of time where they fade out at the end of their lifetime, instead of entirely disappearing. This one's probably going to get closed. Sorry, Chaz, if you're seeing this. I guess it's like your last chance before I get to it. I've asked twice to make changes. They're not being made. We're just going to close it. And then, here we go. The two coalition interests. I do want to at least start reading through these. Before Gray has a heart attack. Oh, why is he getting to the intros before high reveal? I'll make time. Like, maybe we don't. I just want to at least start on these. It's been a while. But I still do also want to get some high reveal stuff touched up. But yeah, that's the sneak peek of what I'm looking at next. So, because we have until December, we have plenty of time. Yeah. Kind of getting back to the whole deadline stuff. We really shouldn't try and like bog ourselves down like that with deadlines. I mean, if it takes time, it takes time. That's how it is. Just kind of got to be comfortable with that. I just post it as a comment in the pull request. I don't feel like it. Someone else can. Yeah, I'll post it. Let me see if I can find it now. Can you update the images the PR description to match the current changes, the latest changes. Moose says, what do you mean if my wasp with 130 laser cannons is vanilla? We put it into Doom's room instead of the games this time. Sonic says, Warp Core left Derpy on red since May? Question mark. Type says, oh yeah, I wanted to get that in. I thought it would be a major difference though. Referring to something? I don't know. Hector says these intros would be cool to get in. They would. And Sog has been talking to me about doing some digging into Quarg changes. And I think I told him in the past, well, I wanted to start looking at the Quarg after the intros for the Coalition were done. Well, how about we just kind of do that side by side? I work on the Coalition, he works on the Quarg. Lewis says, 1 more hour, you have to make it to 6. No, I don't. Musa says, the Coalition is a bit bare bones. I'm hyped for its eventual improvement. JK, I'm coping so hard right now. I know there will be like 30 new species before they actually get their story done. Nah. Doom says, Coalition interests are in a pretty good state already, if I recall correctly. Mostly just needed merging. I guess we'll determine that. Sog says, yes, I plan on streaming Quarg discussions next weekend with Iraqi and Voice. Wow. Ty says, Coalition intro stream when? Probably this month. And the last thing I want to discuss with the number of people here. So I mentioned earlier that the dev team kind of talks about who should we promote for such and such things. Doom / Quantum Shark. How would you like to gain the role of balanced reviewer? Sog has nominated you, and there have been no negative sentiment around you being a balanced reviewer from the dev team. So what are your thoughts? I think we do need to get Zidchaz to actually set things up, but Sog asked me if I could mention things here, so might as well. Just throw it out there. Sog says I wasn't the original nominator, but we have an agreement in dev chat. You weren't? I don't know. I forget. It wasn't Sog. Warp says Sog asked you if you could bring it up on stream, but Roadrunner asks first, and I brought it here. Okay. So you can thank Roadrunner for that. Hector says, I wasn't asked, but I would support it. I mean, of course it would go through others, but just kind of throwing it out there now. Type says, wait, reviewers are now nominated in dev chat instead of reviewer chat? I'm not saying that we in dev chat have decided this, therefore it is the case. I'm just saying the devs are like, you know what, this would be nice. Of course, it still has to go through the proper channels. Musa says, I worry Doomcore might nerf the court. Just an inkling. Hector says, Doom may be 20 minutes behind still. I don't think you can even go backwards in Twitch streams. But there it says, Doom says, I'd be happy to take the role of bounce reviewer. Well, let's start setting that into motion then. Sock says, sir, there's been a second wasp. Doom says, I'm watching live, just need to go back and watch this 20 minutes afterwards. Yeah. I don't even think you can scrub backwards in a Twitch stream, can you? I know you can on YouTube, but there's other streaming sites where you're not allowed to or not able to until the replay is up. What time is it? 7:19. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're not going for 6 hours or whatever crazy person said that. Hector says that's the hardest I've heard Derpy laugh over the past year. Sog just knows my sense of humor. Or at least parts of it. Ty says it's 1:20 a.m. Sog says, I didn't say 6 hours. I said beat High Reveals 8.5. No, someone else said 6 hours, but I'm doing neither. Come on, 24-hour stream now. No, that is still not ready for that. Still not ready for the 24-hour. Maybe we'll work up to it, but still not ready for the 24-hour. Okay, I see. Alright. Anything else to discuss, though? Hector says, how about we compromise and say 7? No, we're done. What about that work stream? Not happening. Hector, since your internet is so much faster, are you able to download this and get it uploaded? And then maybe do the timestamps? Maybe not. I can take care of the kind of timestamps if you can't. But it might be a few days before I get to it. I just want to have those timestamps in the video up in the document for anybody who catches it later. Soggs, if you want to go off on a Destiny 2 tangent, watch the video I sent. I don't understand it all, but I guess it's funny. Okay. We're in the off-topic section of the stream. Oh yeah, I understand this. I've already seen this. I'll show it off. I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
It's loud.
I'm doing my part. I didn't do fucking shit.
That is loud. So this is Golgoroth, the second boss encounter in King's Fall, the raid. Unstable Light is a debuff that is given to one player in the team at random. And after the countdown reaches 0, you explode. But you don't die. Everyone around you dies. So him saying he's not doing shit, he just got everyone killed. Or at least most of the team. Hector says, I don't know how to do timestamps. I can look at it. Oh, just look at what timestamp in the... Or what time in the video did I start talking about a certain topic. Just save that. Just copy paste it into a list and say what topic it was for. And then I can throw it into the document. Types is copyright strike. You won't get any money now. Musa says, with Derpy as lead dev, how long until ES becomes an MMO? Thanos snaps, says Lewis, yeah. Time says, with abilities being merged next Tuesday, it should be ready by next weekend. Yeah. But now I have not been playing too much Destiny recently. I've been playing BattleBit Remastered. The best Battlefield game since Battlefield 4. Maybe even since Battlefield 3. Alright. Sog says, I heard recent D2 content was shit or something. Yeah, it's kind of going downhill. Moose says, a serious question, will ES ever be on GOG? Probably. I don't know when, but I would like to get it on there. But yes, in terms of D2, I'll give you another 2.5 minutes until we get to 5.5 hours. The servers are shit. Every Sunday, the servers are down, basically. Like, people are getting error codes left and right, getting kicked from games. It's terrible. Lightfall, the most recent expansion, was kind of like fell flat on its face. The story sucked. It was like, who fucking wrote this? And it really seems like Lightfall was not originally planned. I've seen people say, like, oh no, they announced Nightfall forever ago, or Lightfall World forever ago. What do you mean it wasn't planned? They announced Lightfall and Beyond Light at the same time. And then they said, they announced Lightfall and Witch Queen at the same time. But then later on they said, okay, we're now going to have a new expansion after Lightfall called Final Shape. But the thought is that what used to be called Lightfall is now being called the Final Shape, and Lightfall that we got is actually something entirely new. And something people point to show this is there's a cutscene that plays at the very start of the expansion. And at the very end of the expansion, you get another cutscene. But you can take these two cutscenes and put them end to end and act like nothing in the middle happened, and the story doesn't change. Nothing you did really mattered, to be honest. It almost looks like that cutscene was supposed to be one cutscene that would have been the introduction to what was originally the Final Shape, or I mean, what was originally Lightfall, but has become the Final Shape. But they still had the cutscene ready, so they're like, you know what? Let's just split it in half. Put half of it at the beginning of the expansion, half of it at the end of the expansion, and then fill the middle with a bunch of shit. So yeah, the story made no sense, really. People are walking around talking about shit like you know what they're talking about, but you don't. Like, oh, the veil, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck is the veil? Everyone's talking like they know what it is, but no one actually knows what it is. And no one tells me if they do know. Like I said, servers are ass. I mentioned earlier there was a cutscene that they showed off. I'm already 5.5 hours. There was a cutscene they showed off a couple weeks ago, and it talked about the origins of the witness, and everyone's like, why was this not in Lightfall? This would have made the campaign so much better. Which, I don't think that the cutscene alone would have fixed things, but really would have helped. Actually, so I think we need to introduce more bugs into ES in order to properly give the AAA experience, yeah. And then, like I just talked about with BattleBit, if you haven't heard about this BattleBit game, it's made by 3 guys over the course of 7 or 8 years. It's this amazing first-person shooter that does everything Battlefield does, but better. Like, practically. Because Battlefield 2042, absolute ass. DICE, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't a Battlefield game, DICE. This is not a Battlefield game. Why did 3 guys in their basement make a better Battlefield game than you did? But then there's people who are like, oh, the graphics are bad, though. It's like, shut the fuck up. It's a style. It's a style, okay? Just because it's not hyper-realistic doesn't mean the graphics are bad. I could give you white noise in front of you, but if it's 4K white noise, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, the graphics, bleh, the fidelity. You can tell I'm pissed. But it's just nonsensical. Some of the people who are like, oh, BattleBit, why would I play that game? I know Joke saw a guy who was like, I'm not going to sully my 4090 Ti, or whatever the fuck he said. I'm not going to sully my RTX 4090 by playing a game like this. I'm like, get your head out your fucking ass, dude. It's like, it's a good game. It's an amazing game. The gameplay is pristine. But just because the graphics are like unturned, or like Roblox, a lot of people are saying, or like Minecraft, it's bad now? Is Minecraft a graphically bad game? No, it's not. It's just stylized in a different way than like first-person shooters that are hyper-realistic. But yeah, I've been putting time into BattleBit Remastered because it's awesome. And ain't nobody gonna tell me it ain't. And there's so many people coping. They're like, in a few weeks, this is gonna have no people playing it. This is going to survive to the end of the year. Battlefield 2042 didn't last a fucking month. Battlefield 2042 did not last a month. BattleBit, a week in, is still like way stronger than where all of the Battlefield games on Steam are, which is hilarious. And there's so many people who are like, oh, I hope AAA game companies learn from this. They're not going to learn. They're not going to fucking learn. BattleBit isn't full of microtransactions, so they're not going to learn because it's not making billions of dollars because it's only sold for 15. But yeah, end rant. I'll just end it there. There, you got your extra few minutes of derpy related content. Not necessarily Endless Sky, but derpy content. Talking about stuff that isn't Endless Sky. But yeah. Type says, can we just buy EA and teach them how to game dev? It's impossible. You can't do it. You just cannot teach them. They're incapable of learning. But yeah. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for joining me on this marathon. Thank you for being in chat. Thank you for providing feedback on the document. It helps a lot. Because something I said something I'll mention now, probably should have mentioned it earlier. As I was writing this document, it was fully accessible to the rest of the development team. I was given a little bit of feedback that I took, but for the most part, it seems like they like it. So this isn't just me coming down from on high saying, I said this, therefore it shall be like this. I mean, you guys even saw here, there was a whole section that we rewrote. Not a whole section, but like a whole chunk of a section that we rewrote around reviewers and approvals. So like, I'm not looking to just ram through everything here. I'm just looking for something that I think pretty well describes and explains how we should be doing things. And I am looking for feedback on that. If there's anything you feel I've missed, anything after the fact, maybe you're in the middle of the night, you wake up and you're like, oh, Derpy forgot to talk about this. Go ahead and tell me, because I'll talk about anything that needs talked about. And yeah, just hope that this is a good first step for the next era of Endless Sky development, because we've come a long way, but we still have a long road ahead of us. Like I said in the document, I'm not quitting anytime soon. So if you hate me, you're stuck with me. But if you like me and you like the game, I guess that's good news. But yeah, hope everyone has a good rest of your day, and good night.